Before we embark on the next business, the general debate, I should just mention in passing that, on my calculation, no fewer than half a dozen honourable members who will be seeking to catch the eye of the Chair in the course of the debate are not yet present in the chamber. Well, Secretary of State, rightly, as a parliamentary veteran, looks duly shocked by that. And I hope that at this very moment they're beetling along towards the chamber. It's just worth gently making the point that it's a very long-established expectation that a member who wishes to speak in a debate should, in almost all circumstances, and certainly unless he or she has given notice otherwise, will be present at the start to hear the opening speeches. So we now come to the motion relating to reports into investigatory powers. To move the motion, I call the Home Secretary, Secretary Theresa May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I made my statement on the publication of the Anderson report 2 weeks ago, several honourable and right honourable members requested a full debate in this House. As I said then, and as I've said many times in the past, these are serious and sensitive matters. They require careful deliberation of the evidence to ensure that the legal and privacy framework governing the use of investigatory powers is properly accountable and as robust as possible. These principles, accountability, transparency and a robust legal framework, are underscored by David Anderson QC's report. His report was preceded by the Intelligence and Security Committee's Privacy and Security Report, which was published in March, and which examined the appropriate balance between the need for security and respect for privacy. Today, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has laid two further reports before the House, the annual report of the Surveillance Commissioner and the annual report of the Intelligence Services Commissioner. And later this summer, a panel coordinated by the Royal United Services Institute and established by the former Deputy Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Sheffield Hallam, will report on the legality, effectiveness and privacy implications of the UK's surveillance programmes and assess how law enforcement and intelligence capability can be maintained in the face of technological change. Together, these reports represent substantial independent review of the frameworks and oversight governing the use of investigatory powers. In addition, last year, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, appointed Sir Nigel Sheinwald as his data envoy. Sir Nigel has submitted his report to my right honourable friend, and while for obvious reasons of sensitivity it cannot be published, a summary has been placed on the Cabinet Office website. Sir Nigel focused both on short-term and longer-term cooperation and the need to create an international framework between democratic countries. This would ensure that, where necessary and proportionate, data can be accessed even when it is held outside the requesting country's jurisdiction. As I've said before, and as the Anderson and other reports make clear, the use of investigatory powers by the police and the security and intelligence agencies is essential for national security and the fight against crime. If the police are to investigate serious crimes such as murder and rape, if our law enforcement agencies are to track down criminals that operate online, if we're to protect the vulnerable and stop those who mean to do us harm, then the police and the security and intelligence agencies need access to these powers when appropriate. And as this morning's figures show, the threat from terrorism is serious and it is growing. In 2014, there were 289 people arrested for terrorism-related offences, an increase of 30% compared with the previous year. We know that investigatory powers are important for tackling terrorism and that communications data has played a significant role in every security service counter-terrorism operation over the last decade. And since 2010, the majority of MI5's top priority UK counter-terrorism investigations have used intercept capabilities in some form to identify, understand or disrupt plots seeking to harm the UK and its citizens. But while the Anderson report and others recognise the necessity of investigatory powers, just as important is having the right regulatory framework, the right oversight and the right authorisation arrangements governing their use. As David Anderson has said, he regards it as imperative that the use of sensitive powers is overseen and fully declared under arrangements set by Parliament. It is therefore entirely right that Parliament should have the opportunity to debate those arrangements. And just as the Anderson review was undertaken with cross-party support, I'm committed to ensuring that we take forward these arrangements on the same basis. I want to turn first to David Anderson's report. It is, as I've said before, a comprehensive report covering the full range of sensitive intelligence capabilities, and there are 124 recommendations. I hope that Right Honourable and Honourable members have now had the opportunity to read it for themselves and reflect on what David Anderson has said. He makes clear the need for investigatory powers within an appropriate framework in the fight against terrorism and serious crime. He notes the significance of communications data in prosecutions and that sensitive interception powers are not used routinely, saying, and I quote, "Interception is therefore used only in the most serious cases, but interception can still be of vital importance for intelligence, for disruption, and for the detection and investigation of crime." He also agrees with the ISC and others on the importance of bulk data, saying that its utility, particularly in fighting terrorism in the years since the London bombings of 2005, has been made clear to me. But David Anderson is also firmly of the view that the system needs updating, and he supports the need for a new legislative framework, noting that the Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act was enacted 15 years ago, and he makes a number of recommendations regarding transparency, oversight and authorisation. On the legislative framework, David Anderson makes the point that legislation is currently spread over several different acts and recommends bringing it together in a single law. On oversight, he recommends the merging of the 3 oversight commissioners, the Interception of Communications Commissioner's Office, the Office of Surveillance Commissioners and the Intelligence Services Commissioner into a new single independent Surveillance and Intelligence Commission. And on authorisation, Anderson comes down on the side of judicial authorisation of warrantry, although the ISC takes a different view and have endorsed the existing system. Anderson points out the care with which Secretaries of State approach this task and makes clear that ECHR jurisprudence does not require a system of judicial authorisation, but he is of course mindful that requirements may change in the future. I will.
I thank her. Shortly after the Honourable Lady spoke in the House 2 weeks ago, The Guardian reported that Downing Street were indicating that the Prime Minister is unlikely to agree to David Anderson's recommendation for judicial authorisation of warrants. Does this mean that the Honourable Lady is effectively ruling out judicial authorisation of warrants at this early stage?
I have to say to the Honourable Lady, perhaps I could read the very next sentence in the speech that I have here, which says, "On these recommendations, the Government has not yet reached a decision." But they are important matters, and we must look carefully at this, and today's debate will inform our view. The ISC's review into privacy and security also supports the agency's need for investigatory powers, but recommends that the legal framework needs updating and calls for increased transparency, strengthened safeguards and improved oversight. Its review involved a detailed investigation into the capabilities of the intelligence agencies and contained an unprecedented amount of information about how they are used and the legal framework that regulates their use. The committee found that all the surveillance activities of the intelligence agencies are lawful and proportionate. It concluded that the agencies do not seek to circumvent UK law, including the Human Rights Act, and have neither the resources, capability, nor the desire to conduct mass surveillance. It commended the agencies for the care and attention they give to complying with the law. Nonetheless, it concluded that the current legal framework is unnecessarily complex and should be replaced with a single Act of Parliament, governing everything the agencies do to increase transparency. Going further than David Anderson, the ISC's recommendations include replacing the legislation that underpins the agencies, as well as the legislation relating to interception and communications data. Its recommendations include allowing Secretaries of State to disclose the existence of warrants where this can be done without damage to national security, increased checks, scrutiny and use of the warrant process, and more resources and more checking of the agency's activities by the Intelligence Services Commissioner and the Interception of Communications Commissioner. As with David Anderson's report, debate on these issues will inform the Government's view.
I'm very grateful. My honourable friend, I think, is making a very important point about this. In terms of informing the Government's view, I welcome her concession that the Government will think carefully about the Anderson review on judicial oversight. She mentioned earlier also the importance of working cross-party about parliamentary oversight where appropriate. Will she undertake to include the relevant select committees of this House in that cross-party approach?
Well, first of all, may I, of course, congratulate my honourable friend on his election to a chairmanship of one of those select committees, which I suspect he is thinking of, the Justice Select Committee. And if I can put it like this, of course, it is not for the government to indicate to select committees what business they should be undertaking, but I have every expectation that relevant select committees will wish to be looking at this issue, and of course the government will take all representations and consider those in the round in its response to the reports. In addition, as I mentioned earlier, my Right Honourable friend the Prime Minister has today published the annual reports of the Surveillance Commissioner and the Intelligence Services Commissioner. I commend both of these reports to the House. Both demonstrate the value of rigorous independent oversight and provide reassurance on the work of the agencies and powers which they oversee. And I'd like to thank both the Surveillance Commissioner and the Intelligence Services Commissioner and their staff for their excellent work and their dedication and public service. Now, I appreciate the members of the House will not yet have had time to study those particular reports in detail, but I would like to draw their attention to the findings of the Intelligence Services Commissioner, who is clear about the seriousness with which these powers and the granting of warrants are approached by the agencies and government. He says, "The agencies take great care to seek other less intrusive means before undertaking this level of intrusion, and often consult their lawyers to ensure the legality of their submission." He goes on to say that great care is carried out by the warrantry units at the Foreign Office, Home Office and Northern Ireland Office, which will question the agencies concerning the use and applicability of the suggested activity, and with the final check in the process being the oversight produced by a Secretary of State who can refuse a warrant and who, he says, are aware that they are ultimately accountable for the operation. As I've already said, the Government has not yet taken firm decisions on particular recommendations in David Anderson's report, or indeed on any of the other reports we will discuss today. There are many voices, both inside and outside the House, who have important views that need to be heard, and we must consult with those, including the police, the security and intelligence agencies, law enforcement agencies and the telecommunications companies who are most directly affected, and we need to hear what members of this House have to say. But I'm clear that whatever the legal and privacy framework we propose, it will need to be agile and capable of responding to urgent cases. It will need to be clear and accountable, capable of commanding public confidence, and ensure that sensitive powers are available in a way that will stand the test of time. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the reports we're discussing today provide a firm basis for consultation, and today's debate, the second time this House has discussed this matter in 2 weeks, will be an important contribution to that process. As I've said previously, the operation and regulation of the investigatory powers used by the police and security and intelligence agencies is a matter of great importance to the security of this country, and I know an issue of great interest to many members. The Government is committed to introducing a bill on investigatory powers early next year, so that it can receive royal assent before the sunset clause in the Data Retention and Investigatory Powers Act comes into effect at the end of 2016. In order to meet that timetable and allow thorough parliamentary scrutiny, we intend to bring forward a draft bill for consideration in the autumn, which will be subject to pre-legislative scrutiny, including by a joint committee of both houses. But as we move forward in our discussions, I think it is important that we remind ourselves about the very serious nature of what we are debating, because these powers are about protecting and saving people's lives. And in any debate about the right balance between security and privacy, it is important that we remember the full context of the threats we face. They include the threat from terrorism, from overseas and homegrown in the UK. Since the attacks on the 7th of July 2005, the Security Service believe that around 40 terrorist plots have been disrupted. Around 700 people have gone from the UK to Syria and Iraq to fight or support terrorist organisations, a number of them to join ISIL, Daesh, and around half of those have returned. ISIL have made clear that they want to strike us here in Europe, and we know that they use sophisticated propaganda and modern technology to spread hatred and in some cases advocate or facilitate acts of terrorism. But we also face other threats, from organised criminals and the proliferation of cybercrimes, such as child sexual exploitation and threats from hostile foreign states and from military and industrial espionage. Without the use of investigatory powers, it will be difficult to investigate, prosecute and prevent not only terrorist-related activity, but crimes such as murder, rape, human trafficking, child sexual exploitation, cybercrime and kidnap. We know that communications data is used in 95% of serious and organised crime investigations handled by the Crown Prosecution Service. Similarly, Intercept has played a significant role in investigating crime and preventing terrorism. In 2014, 2,795 interception warrants were issued. Of these, the majority, 68%, were issued for serious crime, 31% for national security, and 1% a combination of serious crime and national security. Mr. Speaker, in the face of these threats, the government would be negligent if it did not ensure that those whose job it is to keep us safe have the powers, support and the capabilities they need. And I'm committed to ensuring that. But the issue of security and privacy is not, as I've said before, a zero-sum game. We can only enjoy our privacy if we have our security, just as we can only be free to live our lives as we wish, to enjoy the many benefits that this country has to offer, to go about our lives unimpeded and to be free from threats. Security underpins our way of life. Too often in the debate about investigatory powers, we're drawn into arguments of whether in which either privacy is prioritised at the expense of security or security at the expense of privacy. But it is possible to have a proper balance between these two. We must look at these issues in the round. Through parliamentary scrutiny, we must ensure that we have a framework set by Parliament that delivers as it is intended to and which can command public confidence. And that framework must be underpinned by thoughtful and constructive debate. And I look forward to hearing what Right Honourable and Honourable members have to say in the debate today, in what I believe will be a well-informed and interesting debate.
The question is as on the order paper. Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the thank the Home Secretary for her thoughtful speech today, and also for scheduling today's debate so swiftly after the publication of David Anderson's report. It was a debate that I called for as a response to the statement 2 weeks ago and has been swiftly delivered. Can I also apologise to the House? I have already done so to the Home Secretary and to the Speaker that I cannot be here for the closing speeches for this debate. Is my daughter's school graduation, so I hope the House will forgive me for being there instead. But I think this will be a good debate today, and it is an opportunity to debate the right legal framework to protect both our liberty and our security in a digital age. And I want to join the Home Secretary in paying tribute to the quiet heroism of our intelligence services, agents and counter-terror police. Their work is necessarily secret, their successes are rarely reported, but their success is measured bluntly by a lack of column inches and TV headlines, and we are rightly all proud of them. There is also no doubt that as the world becomes increasingly connected, as we increasingly rely on smartphones, tablets, other technology to communicate, to organise our lives, that also has repercussions for the fight against terrorism and serious and organised crime. In David Anderson's report, he has a startling fact, which is in 1975 there were 1 billion connected places. By 2010 there were 5 billion connected people. By 2020, there will be 50 billion connected devices. Our lives are increasingly online, and with that opportunity comes great challenges. We know just, for example, that Twitter is a lot of fun for a lot of people, many members of this House, though I think perhaps not yet the Home Secretary. But it's also been used to connect extremists and recruiters with young people in the United Kingdom, including the young girls who left for Syria from Bethnal Green earlier this year. New devices, mail services, apps are used to help us all keep in touch, to build amazing new businesses, organise our lives, but also to commit crimes and promote abuse. We have seen organised crime, we have seen online crime rise exponentially, but also the awful cases of online child abuse, which we are still, as a country, failing to address. And we've also seen growing problems of organised cyber attacks for major companies, for infrastructure and for the government too. So the operations of the police and the intelligence agencies need to be able to keep up with these new forms of online crime, new forms of crime and new forms of national security threat. But at the same time, the checks and balances, the safeguards and the oversight needed need to keep up with new technology as well. We have a long, proud tradition in Britain of those checks and balances, of safeguards for our liberty, for our privacy, and we have to make sure that action by the state is proportionate. So those checks and balances need to keep up with the fast-moving, changing technology as well. We have argued, and I have argued for some time, that the current legal framework is out of date. The Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act is, in David Anderson's words, incomprehensible to all but a tiny band of initiates, and in the long run, that means intolerable. Its interaction with previous legislation, including the Telecommunications Act, is baffling too. And even having been briefed on some of the work that the agencies do, and even having studied the legislation over several years, often with a wet towel wrapped around my head as the only way to get my head around even it temporarily, I still find it hard to be clear what is possible and what isn't under the law as it currently stands, and what the extent of existing safeguards are. And that is unsustainable as a framework for legitimacy for the vital work that the agencies do. So that's why we've called for some time for a review of REPA, why we argued for it in the debates last summer, and why we've welcomed the government's agreement to asking David Anderson to produce this report. It is indeed an extremely thorough report, which ranges from ideas of privacy in ancient Babylonia to also what Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg, perhaps the founder of a rather different kind of empire, thinks of the topic as well. And it does provide us now with an opportunity for Parliament, for civil society, for the intelligence community and law enforcement, for communication providers and, most crucially, for the public to properly consider the powers and the safeguards we need. And as David Anderson said recently, the threat that I see of not accepting my recommendations or recommendations along these lines is that people become disenchanted with the whole business of intelligence gathering, that they believe some of the wilder allegations that the state is reading into people's emails the whole time when patently it isn't. And if this sense of disillusionment and disenchantment is perpetuated and spreads further, he said, then I think both law enforcement and intelligence lose the public confidence that they actually need if they are going to do an effective job. I will.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way, and she's making a good and comprehensive speech about this issue. Isn't it appropriate, of course, that David Anderson's report is entitled the way that it is, which is a question of trust, because surely that is one of the most important things when bringing the public with us on this issue.
Well, Madam Prentis is exactly right, because in fact there is strong support for the work of the intelligence agencies and the work that they do in Britain, and that has always historically been the case. But we should never take it for granted, and it would not be fair on the intelligence agencies to take it for granted, and therefore maintaining that sense of trust and confidence across the whole of society and not simply across the majority of people is extremely important for the work that they do. If we are to protect both our liberty and our security in a democracy, we need to achieve consent and understanding for the law. And it isn't only those who are concerned about surveillance who value the greater clarity. It is also the essential mission of our intelligence agencies as part of defending democracy, protecting liberty and security, which relies on it as well. So the Home Secretary has been clear. It's no doubt their investigatory powers are vital in confronting terrorism, child abuse, other serious and organised crime. I mentioned during the Home Secretary's statement 2 weeks ago the awful case in David Anderson's report where communications data was used rightly to stop the abuse of 3 children who were all less than 4 years old. There are other cases where, for example, in the largest and most serious terrorist plot we have ever faced, Operation Overt, between 2008 and 2010, 10 individuals were convicted of plotting to blow up multiple transatlantic airliners. A key part of the evidence which brought the plotters to justice was coded conversations by email between the conspirators and extremists abroad in which they discussed the preparation for their attacks and the selection of targets. So it is clear from this review and from other evidence that the powers that passed through the Data Retention and Investigatory Powers Act last summer are essential and must be renewed, and will need to be renewed in good time for the sunset clause at the end of next year. But it is also right that we make sure that the legal framework that governs them is updated to make sure it properly reflects both the needs of security and the safeguards too. In 2012, the Home Secretary did put forward previous proposals under the Draft Communications Data Bill, which would have gone much further than the current legislation. I argued at the time it had serious problems, as I felt it put too much power in the hands of the Home Secretary. The Joint Committee, also set up to scrutinise it, rightly raised substantial concerns. And it is clear from David Anderson's report he does not think that that drafted bill was the right approach. He noted that the first clause of the old draft bill was excessively broad. The issue of IP addresses, which was encompassed in the bill and was important, has now been dealt with in other legislation. On the matter of weblogs, which the Home Office said at the time it wanted to pursue, David Anderson has concluded he was not presented with a detailed or unified case on the viability, practicalities or legal considerations, and on perhaps the most significant measure, on requiring the internet service providers to hold huge amounts of third-party data, which was perhaps the most controversial aspect of the old draft bill. He concluded, I did not get the sense that this was judged to be the priority that it once was, even within law enforcement. And he says, accordingly, there should be no question of progressing this element of the old draft bill until such time as a compelling operational case has been made, there has been full consultation with CSPs, and the various legal technical issues have been bottomed out. None of those conditions appears to me to be currently satisfied. And experts have also raised substantial concerns about issues around encryption, cost and proportionality of these proposals. Where David Anderson and the agencies confirm that there is a problem is in ensuring companies whose headquarters are based overseas comply with UK law, particularly for data and communications which involve those who are living and operating in the UK and those who pose threats to the UK too. And the Home Secretary has referred to the Nigel Scheinwald report, and that work is immensely important because, as the agencies and the Home Secretaries recognise, UK law is only part of the answer, and legal and diplomatic arrangements with other countries are immensely important too. And in fact, there is a growing range of views that the proposals in the draft communications bill, in fact, were not the right way to deal with that genuine and significant problem for companies who are based overseas. So on that basis, I would ask the Home Secretary to confirm that she has dropped the original draft communications bill and is starting with a fresh approach. I think it would help our debate in this place and our debate on future proposals going forward that should balance both the appropriate powers and the appropriate safeguards if she could confirm that that draft communications bill has been dropped and will not be the approach that she is taking forward.
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. We were very clear after the work of the Joint Committee that scrutinised that draft communications data bill that we would take on board the principle of the various recommendations that body had brought forward. Now, obviously, the proposals that the report that David Anderson has brought forward, as the Right Honourable Lady has said, makes reference to certain of the issues in the communications data bill. So we will have to look at that in the context of what we were proposing subsequently to the Joint Committee of Parliament, but we were very clear that we would accept some of the issues, all of the principles that committee set forward, including the original draft communications data bill, which had attempted to future-proof this issue, was too wide-ranging.
Well, I thank the Home Secretary for that response and for that reassurance that the Government does agree that it was too wide-ranging. We will obviously look forward to the proposals that she comes forward with in its place and hope that they will meet the test and the assessment set out by David Anderson, and I would urge her to do so, as I think the Anderson report does seem to be pretty comprehensive and pretty well judged on these issues. Mr. Speaker, I also warmly welcome David Anderson's recommendations for a fundamental overhaul of the Commissioner's system and the establishment of a new body, the Independent Surveillance and Intelligence Commission. The current Commissioner's system, though undoubtedly staffed by excellent people who've taken their roles forward, is too low profile, not substantial enough in performing what is a vital oversight role, and again is hard for the public to assess where oversight properly lies. When you consider we regulate our TV channels in a more high profile and systematic way than our intelligence agencies, it's clear reform is needed. And the new body would have supervisory responsibility and also aim to build public trust. I would also like to see the new body have a role in working with the Home Secretary on the suitable process for transparency, where possible in line with operational requirements around both the law and the capability our country has. David Anderson's report calls for greater public avowal and transparency of capabilities and legal powers. And whilst everyone understands that many national security operations need to be secret in order to be effective, I know the Home Secretary will be considering that recommendation very closely, because there does, of course, need to be sufficient transparency for us in Parliament to be able to take responsible decisions on getting the legislation right. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the report recommends transforming the system of authorisation for interception warrants. And the proposals for judicial authorisation are probably one of the most significant reforms to the framework that David Anderson has proposed. There is precedent for it. A system of judicial approval by commissioners exists for the police in relation to property interference, intrusive surveillance and long-term undercover police operations. And as the report notes, the UK is also an outlier amongst the Five Eyes states, Australia, Canada, New Zealand and the USA, in not having prior judicial authorisation of interceptions of communications. And importantly, to the safety and security of our country, it could go some way to solving one of the most significant challenges our agencies face, involving that cooperation from communication companies based in the United States. And David Anderson's report says, one major company went so far as to suggest that if the UK introduced judicial authorisation, more cooperation would be forthcoming, though I was not left with the impression that this was a universal view. He added that US companies find it difficult to understand why they should honour a warrant signed by the Secretary of State, when in the US they have a system of judicial authorisation of warrants too. So that does add additional pragmatic considerations as well as the constitutional considerations for us as to what impact increasing judicial authorisation might have on that greater cooperation with overseas companies as well. Of course, the detail must be right. And clearly reforms should not adversely affect the relationship between the executive and the judiciary in relation to other aspects of government powers, should need to recognise as well the importance of the Home Secretary's role in determining what the threats are to national security, rather than simply leaving such an important task to the judiciary. However, it should be possible, I believe, to make these reforms, and I think it would be now the right time to introduce judicial authorisation into the process in the right way. Clearly, there are different ways of doing it, and the detail has to be right. It would be possible to have a different framework, for example, for different kinds of warrants. David Anderson's report already recognises that there will be differences, for example, around sensitive missions which affect other countries and our relationships with other countries, where clearly there needs to be decision-making by the Foreign Secretary, who is accountable to Parliament for those sensitive relationships with other governments, rather than simply leaving that to be a judicial process. I will give way.
Honourable Lady for giving way, but how does she reconcile, then, the need to take account of the wider political construct to which she's referred with the duty of the judiciary to act according to the law? Surely she's making a very powerful argument for the status quo.
Actually, no, I'm not. I'm partway through an argument as saying there are different kinds of warrants and different kinds of circumstances. So I do think when it comes to issues around foreign affairs, where there may be sensitive relationships between other governments at stake, those obviously have an important role for the executive, rather than seeing those as simply as judicial. However, there are other kinds of warrants, for example, intercept warrants which may be about under the purposes of serious and organised crime, where if this wasn't about intercept and instead was about knocking down somebody's door and breaking into someone's home, it would be entirely a judicial process in order to be able to authorise that action. And so it does raise significant questions as to why intercept, in the interests of pursuing serious and organised crime, should have no judicial authorisation, whereas knocking down somebody's door should have judicial authorisation. And so that's why I think there are therefore different kinds of warrants, and there is a strong case for introducing judicial authorisation in order to provide provide a clearer system of separation of executive and judiciary, a clearer system of checks and balances into the process. It does have to be done in the right way, and there will be different considerations around crime and national security and foreign affairs. However, I do believe it is possible because other countries manage it. And for us to be the only country in the Five Eyes that has, even though we have similar intercept arrangements, to not have that process of judicial authorisation, I think is a very big question for us. And I think those who want to simply defend the status quo need to explain why they think the arrangements in all of those other countries are somehow inadequate and somehow worse than those that we have, given the added legitimacy that some process of judicial authorisation should have. I recognise the complexity in this, and this is why I think it's wise for us to have this debate now in advance of the government making its final decisions on this and setting out what those proposals should be. It's also why it is wise for us to have a period of consultation on the draft legislation in order for people to be able to put forward different amendments and to have those debates. But I don't see why this process needs to threaten or jeopardise the work the agencies do. Quite the reverse. I think if it is a way to provide greater legitimacy and also greater support from overseas for that work, then actually it could add strongly to the process and to the work that they do. Mr. Speaker, on the legislative process, as I've said, I think it is I welcome the Home Secretary's proposals to have this period of proper reflection and discussion about the detail before final votes are taken in Parliament. I think that is the right approach, and we are very keen to continue discussions with her on that, and I welcome the briefing that she has provided for me in order to be able to do so. This has been, I think, when the Snowden leaks first appeared in the media, I think at that time there was a sense that neither Parliament was not debating these issues, that the government was not responding, and that other countries, in fact, were having a more informed and up-to-date debate about the response, about what the processes were.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. I just wonder whether, on the subject of a more informed debate, whether she agrees with me that the Scheinwald report, redacted if necessary, is something that should be published, because many believe that there are proposals within it, for instance, in relation to international treaties, which would do away with the need for some of the proposals in any investigatory powers bill.
Well, I have not seen the Scheinwald report, so obviously I have not had a briefing on it, so therefore could not say whether what the levels of redactions and so on are that would be needed in those circumstances. But I think the Honourable Member is right that obviously the more transparency we can have in this debate, the better. And so I would urge the government to consider the maximum possible transparency about that is possible given the operational sensitivities and also given obviously the relationship with the US government on this as well. But clearly the more we are able to look at the detail of different alternative ways of providing both the powers that are needed and the safeguards that are needed and the legitimacy is needed, the better, and the better informed that parliamentary debate will be. So I think the initial debates and the response from the government was not sufficient. We have since had, however, the Intelligence and Security Committee report. We have also had this report from David Anderson, and we have another forthcoming external report from Rowley. So I think this is now the opportunity for us in Parliament to make sure that we have that proper, updated response to the complexities of the digital age and how we maintain both our security and our liberty in the digital age. I do believe that more safeguards, more checks and balances are needed, but I also believe that it is important that our intelligence agencies can deal with the serious and growing threats that the Home Secretary has talked about. We need to make sure that talented men and women in the agencies are able to face those real and serious threats, but also to make sure that they have the legitimacy in the work they do, the confidence, the continued confidence of the public, and that is in all of our interests. We know that in a democracy, our liberty and our security are the targets of the terrorists who seek to harm and divide us. Liberal democracy will triumph against extremism and tyranny, but in order for it to be able to do so, we need to strengthen ourselves by renewing both our security and our liberty. I think the Anderson report does help us have that debate about how best we do so to protect our democracy as well.
Order. It might be helpful for the House to know that approximately 20 backbench members are seeking to catch the eye of the Chair. At this stage, I'm not imposing a formal time limit, but I think a certain self-restraint or self-denying ordinance would be helpful. We can be led in this important mission by Mr. Dominic Grieve.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think we can indeed be led in it for this reason. That, notwithstanding the fact that I would like to thank wholeheartedly my Right Honourable friend, the Home Secretary, for the speed with which she has enabled this debate to take place, one of the consequences, I have to say to her, of that speed, and I hope she won't take this as a criticism, is that the material that we have in our possession is now of such infinite complexity and, frankly, depth, that to do justice to all of it in the course of this afternoon's debate would be entirely impossible. And indeed, it seems to me that one of the clear advantages of starting a legislative process in the autumn is that those of us who would like to participate properly in that are going to have a lot of holiday homework to do before we come back to this House. Well, one of the problems I've always felt about this subject is that for most of us in Parliament, we labour under a state of extraordinary ignorance and great difficulty in getting to grips with some of the issues. I suppose, Mr. Speaker, I start my position in this case with the fact that having spent 4 years and 2 months in government as the Attorney-General, and without, of course, betraying state secrets, it may come as little surprise to the House that I had some involvement with issues surrounding lawfulness of government, and, of course, lawfulness extends to interception of communications and, indeed, to communications data just as much as it does to everything else. Now, it's possible in that time, and, of course, I always have to keep this in mind, it's possible that in that time I may have had the wool pulled over my eyes by the agencies, for example. But I have to say that the impression that I had, and the one which I think is so properly made in the ISC report, is that my opinion of the agencies from the dealings I had with them, particularly in this issue, and I concentrate here on surveillance and interception, was an absolute rigorous desire to maintain legality, a willingness to go, as was mentioned earlier, to get legal advice in areas of difficulty, and a very high standard of ethics, which actually went beyond just the legality, but to an understanding that in trying to protect us and prevent crime, they were having to do a difficult job which could intrude into the privacy of the citizen, and that at all times they had to act in a reasonable, necessary and proportionate way in what they did. That was the clearest impression I took from it, and I have to say at the end of my time in office I left with very considerable admiration for the work that was done in this field. But that is not to say that everything can simply be left and we can adopt a Pang as it is, and we can adopt a Panglossian view as to the state of affairs that we have at the moment. As I mentioned on my previous intervention since the election on this matter, one thing I think there is complete unanimity in this House, and that is that the regulation of Investigatory Powers Act is not fit for purpose. Indeed, I hope I may be forgiven for saying this. It's been described as almost incomprehensible except to initiates. I think even the initiates sometimes found it incomprehensible. And I do have a little lurking suspicion that because of the anxiety that has always been present that the legal framework will betray the level of operational capability, certain aspects of the regulation of the Investigatory Powers Act were made deliberately opaque even at the time that it was drafted. So we can hardly be surprised if 10 years down the track it appears to be even more incomprehensible than I suspect it was to those parliamentarians whose unhappy lot was to scrutinise it at the time it was first enacted. It clearly isn't fit for purpose. It clearly needs replacing. And how we craft that replacement, how we do it, will indeed, as David Anderson's report, which I shall come on to in a minute, is going to be so key, will determine whether we can build trust. Now, I'm not going to get too carried away about distrust. David Anderson's report rather highlights that, notwithstanding Snowden, levels of trust in this country in the work of the agencies in matters of surveillance and interception are rather high. And I have no reason to think the public are hoodwinked. They seem on the whole to regard the institutions as benign and there to protect us. And I think they're right. But the question, therefore, is how do we go about that process? And I've only got really one point I want to make about this. We have had, let's face it, the complexity and the problems that have led on the Snowden revelations. And I have very little doubt that those revelations have done very considerable damage in many cases. It's been cited before to the operational capacities and the ability to protect us for the agencies involved. But of course it does provide an opportunity, I think, if one's trying to look on the positive side, to perhaps have a more informed discussion so the issues surrounding predictability in relation to what we legislate on can be better established for the future. We don't end up with a situation, or perhaps we have less of a problem, of people arguing that the legislation doesn't mean what it says. That, I think, is going to be one of the really great challenges for my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary. I wish her well in it. All I could say is that those of us who, I think, have some inkling of understanding of what this is about will endeavour to help her as much as we can so that we can succeed in bridging these two particular things. That it's open and transparent and understandable, but at the same time it preserves operational secrecy, which is going to be, I think, a particular difficulty. So I look forward to doing that particular aspect of the work in this House when the legislation comes back. Can I then turn to a number of the broad recommendations in David Anderson's report? I simply just want to say again, I think it's an amazing piece of work. I was delighted when he was appointed to do his work on reviewer of terrorism. The fact that my right honourable friend trusted him to do this particular piece of work, I think, has been entirely vindicated by the rigour with which he has, in fact, delivered this particular report. For the purposes of today's debate, I just want to centre on 2 or 3 points. The first one, which I suspect is going to be one of the big issues, is about judicial authorisation. I'm very conscious that it may be argued, and I've heard it argued, that because our system broadly seems to, and I suspect particularly to the executive, seems to function quite well, that these are arguments why we should perhaps stick to the ISC report and decide to continue with the current warrantry system. But I have to say that as against that, I think the point that was made by the Right Honourable Lady for the opposition is right. That it is an interesting feature that we are very unusual in having our current system of warrantry, and that in other Five Eyes countries with high levels of intelligence capability and responsibility, a judicial system has been operated successfully. And it's clear to me that a judicial oversight system, with possible exceptions, where there are issues, complex issues of policy that may be involved, would probably enhance trust, although I wouldn't get totally carried away with it, and one does always have to bear in mind that one can have the problem that if judiciary is simply seen to be turned into a rubber stamp for the administration, it is actually slightly removing them from the key work that they normally do, which is the arbitration of disputes, which is a different issue. But nevertheless, my broad approach on this is, I think, if I may put it this way to the Home Secretary, I think the burden of proof is a little bit reversed. It seems to me, in the light of David Anderson's report, that if the government wishes to maintain the current system, it is going to have to make a case why that is markedly better than that which will replace it. And beyond that, I'm open-minded. One of the arguments I've heard is anxiety that flexibility would be lost. You couldn't get warrants authorised quickly. I have to say I'm not persuaded by that. I've succeeded in getting injunctions. I've seen injunctions being got from judges in the middle of the night. Indeed, judges signing injunctions and signing things in the bath and literally handing it out through the bathroom door. So I don't think that is necessarily an overwhelming obstacle to involving judicial commissioners, and I think they would be not necessarily judges, but even perhaps ex-judges, or indeed others might be able to do this work, but it would produce a measure of independence. But I very much hope the Home Secretary, if she does conclude against David Anderson's recommendation, if that is indeed her desire, I'm quite prepared to listen, but I think she's going to have to make the case as to what is going to be lost by shifting the system to that which he has suggested. Linked to that is the question of whether we should have a single commission. Of course, the two probably go together, but I must say a single commission does seem to make a lot of sense. I would have thought it might, I'm not sure about cost, of course, but it does seem to me it might even cost no more, but it would certainly enable people to do slightly different roles within one organisation. And again, I should be interested to hear the Home Secretary's views on that. There are some other matters which have cropped up and which could be looked at today. There's been some anxiety over legal professional privilege expressed by both the Law Society and the Bar in the light of David Anderson's recommendations. I'm not entirely persuaded by that. One of the problems we have is we certainly need to preserve legal professional privilege, but the great difficulty we've always had in this area is how do you decide whether legal professional privilege applies if in fact what's happening is that both the lawyer and the client are in fact in criminal collusion with each other, and legal professional privilege doesn't apply to the material that you need to look at to decide whether or not that's the case. But that will be another thorny subject, and I hope that we may be able to come back to it and actually craft something in the legislation which provides the reassurance which lawyers undoubtedly need, preserves the principle of legal professional privilege, but at the same time also ensures that, in fact, this material can, if necessary, be accessed if there is good reason to believe that what is taking place isn't covered by legal professional privilege at all. Mr. Speaker, I hope I can then reassure you that those are bringing my remarks to an end. I've covered only a number of very broad topics. There is so much more in this report that we're going to have to look at. I do hope that we both have time before legislation and during legislation to do justice to what is an immensely complicated issue. But I will only conclude with this. Of one thing I am absolutely convinced. We have been, I think, very well served by our agencies in this area hitherto, both about maintaining standards, maintaining the very standards we should be proud of in a democratic society, carrying out what is a difficult job sometimes involving complex balancing acts between privacy and public necessity, the necessity of serving the wider public, and all done, I think, in a spirit of which this House should be proud, and indeed the public should be proud. That was absolutely the impression I was left with. And what I would like to see is succeed in putting in place a framework for the future that ensures that in 10, 20 or 30 years' time, people can still say the same thing.
Mr. Nick Clegg.
Mr. Speaker, I speak as someone who, as the Home Secretary knows, had a hand in the commissioning of this excellent report. The Home Secretary will remember with fond, misty-eyed nostalgia the debates that she and I had on this complex, fraught and all-important area of public policy. And one of the consequences of those debates and indeed disagreements were that a number of reports were commissioned, including David Anderson's, and we look forward, as the Home Secretary said, also to the publication of the report by Rowley. And I strongly endorse her compliments to David Anderson and to the authors of those other reports, and also join very much in all that has been said in complimenting the professionalism and integrity of the work of the agencies, professionalism and integrity that I also found on display on a daily basis in my work with them in government. As I will explain, my quibbles were invariably with proposals emanating from the Home Office about what new powers should make their way onto the statute book than about the day-to-day conduct of our highly effective intelligence agencies. I think we have, on the back of this excellent report from David Anderson, quite an unusual opportunity to try and reset the balance between privacy and liberty on the one hand and safety and security on the other in a digital age. And as the Home Secretary quite rightly pointed out, all too often this debate is falsely caricatured, as if people who worry about security don't worry about liberty and people who worry about liberty don't worry about security. In this area, as is the case in so many other walks of life, it's about striking the right balance. To sort of somewhat misquote Benjamin Franklin, if we give up our liberty to gain a little security, we will deserve neither and lose both. In fact, as I think the Shadow Home Secretary has said earlier, what we should be striving to do is to strengthen both liberty and security in tandem. I'm certainly no slouch when it comes to introducing new powers, new surveillance powers, onto the statute book, where I think it is demonstrably the case that doing so makes us safer and is necessary in order to keep up with new technologies. It's one of the reasons, as the Home Secretary is aware, why I always advocated legislating, as we have done, to enable enforcement agencies to match IP addresses with handheld devices, and why we legislated on the Data Retention Investigatory Powers Act in the summer, the unfortunately acronymically named DRIPA bill, in order to improve the transatlantic data sharing between UK and US enforcement agencies. But I've always drawn the line, I did in government and I do now, at proposals which I felt weren't either based on proper evidence or were adequately proportionate and transparent. And it's in that light that I'd just like to turn, if I may, Mr. Speaker, to a few of the points made by David Anderson. I won't dwell too much on the points that have already been made about introducing a judicial role in the issuing of warrants. Suffice, but only to, what I think I would like to underline is the point made by the Shadow Home Secretary that David Anderson made his case not just on a basis of principle, not just by pointing out that we are significantly out of line in the practice of how warrants are issued in other analogous jurisdictions, but also, and I thought this was surprising to me at least, his observation that there might be some operational value in introducing a judicial element in the issuing of warrants, and it would enable us to secure more readily data from American communications service providers who are more used to that kind of system by which warrants are issued. The area I do want to dwell on, to begin with, Mr. Speaker, are David Anderson's comments on the draft Communications Data Bill, what was dubbed, so-called, the Snoopers Charter. David Anderson is scathing in his report about the proposals in that bill to force UK network providers to collect and store third-party data relating to services operated by companies based overseas. And he says, quite unambiguously, there should be no question of progressing this element of the old draft bill until such time as a compelling operational case has been made. I think, Mr. Speaker, it's worth the House reflecting on this for a moment. Something I was told categorically and repeatedly in government was absolutely necessary for the safety of the public, that public safety would be in jeopardy if I didn't endorse this, is now found by David Anderson to be something for which no operational case has been made. So I would echo the earlier question to the Home Secretary or to the Home Office Minister who will be winding up this debate, to really seek clarity from the government whether the forthcoming bill will, or according to what David Anderson has said, should not contain third-party data provisions. I think perhaps in the light of that, we should treat other proposals that don't have a clear evidence base, don't have a clear rationale, with equal, healthy and considered scepticism. Most importantly, the Home Office's proposal to require CSPs to store so-called weblogs.
On that point, with my honourable friend Yvette, I thank him for giving way. Is he aware of any reason why Russia is the only liberal democracy in the world that captures weblog information, and why, if the government is intent on the UK joining them, why we should be the only country in Russia, along with Russia, in that position?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. I will come to it in a moment, because David Anderson makes some specific recommendations about how we compare to other jurisdictions. But before doing so, it's worth just focusing on the fact that David Anderson managed to do something that I certainly did not manage to do in government, which was to get the Home Office to define this somewhat nebulous term, weblogs. And weblogs are, according to his report, I quote here, a record of the interaction that a user of the internet has with other computers connected to the internet. In my view, Mr. Speaker, the House should take a long, hard look at that definition. It encompasses just about everything you're likely to do on an internet-connected device. Every step you take, every app you open, every edit you make to an online document, stored for the entire population for 12 months. And David Anderson says, remarkably, that at no point was he presented with in his words, a detailed and unified case for such new sweeping powers. And Anderson also makes it clear, coming to the point just raised, that we would be seriously out of step with the rest of the world. He says, I quote, "I am not aware of other European or Commonwealth countries in which service providers are compelled to retain their customers' weblogs for inspection by law enforcement. I was told," he goes on to say, "by law enforcement both in Canada and in the US that there would be constitutional difficulties in such a proposal." And I think, Mr. Speaker, the House would also be interested to know that the new Australian data retention law specifically excludes the collection of weblogs precisely because the Australian police told the government that it would be a disproportionate invasion of privacy. Now, of course, Mr. Speaker, it is entirely reasonable for law enforcement to want to identify how a known suspect is communicating online. But that is a completely different proposition from the one that the Home Office has been putting forward in one shape or form for 8 years now. And David Anderson sets out a strict process, including using existing powers better, but less intrusively than planned by the Home Office, and the presentation of a proper operational case before any detailed proposal is put forward by the government. And I'd obviously be keen to know from the government whether that reasonable approach that he advocates will indeed now be pursued. Finally, Mr. Speaker, this bill, the bill which, and I welcome the Home Secretary announcing she has today that the bill will be published for pre-legislative scrutiny. That will allow further debate on its, no doubt, complex and important provisions. The bill must be as comprehensive as possible. Both the Intelligence and Security Committee and David Anderson have argued that it should incorporate all of the powers that exist in different statutes at present. And in that spirit, I hope the government will undertake to avow all undeclared surveillance capabilities and major programmes as part of this process. I have come to the view that the government's standard blanket position of neither confirm nor deny is simply no longer tenable. Recent disclosures mean that the public is able to read detailed accounts of surveillance capabilities or alleged surveillance capabilities, but government ministers are unable to explain or defend the need for them in this House or in public. And I believe that does undermine public trust, feeding suspicion that there are parts of the system that operate somehow beyond proper scrutiny and transparency. Now, while we cannot and should not reveal details of operations and specific investigatory techniques, will the Home Secretary ensure that large-scale programmes, such as those that have been referred to in recent revelations, are properly avowed at some point in the near future? In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, it seems to me we have, as has already been said and as the Home Secretary herself has suggested, we do have a big opportunity now. The deadline of December next year is approaching, when the current data retention powers fall. Decisions must be taken. They simply can't be ducked any longer and must be taken as consensually as possible and on the basis of clear principles of necessity, transparency and proportionality. Surveillance powers are a necessary part of a liberal society, as we must have the ability to prevent criminals from curtailing the liberties of others to have their lives free from crime. But those powers must be based on evidence that they are both necessary and proportionate to the threat we face. I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that this House should not entertain proposals for significant intrusive new laws based on assertion and rhetoric alone.
Mark Field.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It would be remiss of me not to apologise first to you and to the Home Secretary for my absence during the very earliest part of this debate. I had a long-standing constituency engagement. It's the occupational hazard of representing a central London seat, and I'm actually having to miss my daughter's end of term ballet show, so I'm going to be getting rather fewer brownie points, I suspect, in my household than in the Balls-Cooper household for the Shadow Home Secretary. Now, this is anything but, of course, routine, uncontroversial business. As someone who served throughout the last Parliament on the Intelligence and Security Committee, I am fully aware of the intensive work that went at least into one of the reports that we are discussing today. Naturally, it was the Edward Snowden revelations in The Guardian that first led to allegations in the US, and as a consequence of our close intelligence relationship, that the UK government agencies were engaged in blanket surveillance in the internet. That inherent tension between the individual's right to privacy and the collective entitlement to security referred to by the Right Honourable Gentleman for Sheffield Hallam earlier on set, of course, the context of all of these inquiries. We looked first at interception. The agencies conduct two types of interception depending upon the information they have and what GCHQ, MI5 and MI6 are charged with trying to achieve. It can only be used as an investigative tool where there is a specific knowledge of a threat allowing agencies to intercept a specific individual's communications. But, and this is very much the watchword referred to by my Right Honourable friend for Beaconsfield, necessity and proportionality lie at the heart of everything that our agencies wish to do. This, of course, is known as targeted interception, and if the target is in the UK, the activity must be authorised by the Secretary of State under the Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act, RIPA, to which we referred. Even privacy campaigners, the most ardent of privacy campaigners, accept that principle of targeted interception. The second sort of interception, of course, is that of discovery, or intelligence as part of an intelligence gathering tool. This allows the agencies to use targeted interception only after they have discovered that a threat exists. Such separate capabilities are required in order to uncover those threats in the first place, so they can determine patterns and associations that can, of course, generate the sort of leads and obtain the information that are used to target individuals under suspicion. The bulk interception is primarily used as a discovery tool. It is this capability that attracts the most controversy, as we have seen, and it has helped to create an impression, a misguided impression, in my view, that GCHQ is monitoring the communications of everyone here in the UK. I should make it clear that, of course, if that were the case, then GCHQ's actions would be illegal. Our committee rightly scrutinised the agency's capability to intercept internet communications in great detail, and we had a number of key findings. First and foremost, that bulk interception involves three stages of filtering, targeting and selection, the first of which involves choosing which communication links are to be accessed. It's worth, I think, at this juncture pointing out that in any single minute, the internet carries some 4.1 million Google searches, 6.9 million Facebook messages, 350,000 Twitter posts, and 204 million emails. That's each and every minute. Most of those communications are, of course, carried out under fibre optic cables, which carry bearers, of which around only about 100,000. GCHQ can theoretically access only a tiny percentage of those bearers. So I think it is misleading to utilise and use the phrase blanket surveillance for what they do. The second stage that GCHQ have in their mind is to select which communications to collect from that very small number of bearers that they are accessing. And the decision, of course, is made on how they then collect the communications to read. For those communications collected under the first processing system, GCHQ undertakes a so-called triage process to determine which messages have the highest intelligence value. Even when GCHQ knows that communications relating to a known national security target, it doesn't in fact have the capacity to read all of them, and therefore, even within that context, it needs to prioritise. All this means that only a very small proportion of collected messages are ever read. So when we scrutinised these arrangements within that context, we found that GCHQ will only search for and select communications to examine on the basis of a selector relating to an individual here in the UK, but if and only if it first obtains a specific authorisation from a Secretary of State naming that individual. It is unlawful for our security services to search for and examine the communications of someone in the UK without a targeted additional authorisation. We found that the regulations and safeguards in place were, on the whole, pretty reassuring for our committee. That said, as members will be aware, we made a number of recommendations in order to address concerns for transparency. And indeed, this was very much mirrored in much of what the Anderson report had to say. He may well have been very critical, and he was critical about some of the legal framework, in which I will say a little more later on. But ultimately, the actions of GCHQ, he very much gave a clean bill of health too. We also examined the concerns that have been expressed over how the agencies use communications data, the sort of the who, when and where of a communication. This very debate is increasingly complicated by a widespread confusion as to what information is classed as communications data and what is classed as content. We did conclude, however, and I think there is a grey area involved in this. For example, if you're looking at information that wouldn't normally be classified as content, but does have the potential to reveal a great deal about someone's private life, for example, that should be in a special category, in our view, where there is more scrutiny placed upon it than would ordinarily be just on the basis of the communications data. In terms of the other rather intrusive capabilities potentially used by the agencies, our report for the ISC contained a number of detailed recommendations, primarily in relation to specific statutory oversight and greater transparency, where that is possible without damaging national security, which I think, again, has always to be in the forefront of our mind on these matters. I think the single most significant finding of both our report, but also the Anderson report, does relate, as other members have rightly pointed out, to the legislative framework that governs the use of all of these intrusive capabilities. At present, there is no single piece of legislation that governs the powers and responsibilities of our intelligence and security agencies. The current framework is, as has been pointed out by a number of right honourable members, complicated and unwieldy. I think consolidation is now essential to maintain and, dare I say it in some cases, to re-establish public confidence. Whilst we saw no evidence directly that the agencies were seeking to in any way circumvent the law, in truth, those constant watchwords are there of necessity and proportionality. But I'm afraid I do believe the lack of clarity in the existing legislation has understandably fuelled suspicion that our security agencies are on occasion able to arbitrage the plethora of statutes to choose the easiest route to seek authorisation. That can't be a satisfactory situation. So I believe that the purposes, the functions and the capabilities, and indeed, importantly still, the obligations of our security agencies will need to be set out clearly in a single Act of Parliament. And I would share my right honourable friend's view. I have some sympathy for the plight that the Home Secretary will face in having to get such a bill through Parliament, but I think it is going to be essential, but it is going to be a complicated matter. This will also have to include issues such as privacy constraints, transparency arrangements, targeting criteria, the sharing arrangements and other safeguards that I think will apply to the use of the security agencies' capabilities. Nevertheless, I believe the single most profound impact of the Snowden revelations has been felt by the global communications service providers. Exposing the hitherto cosy, or perhaps over-cosy, relationships that existed between many household name internet giants and the security services and governments across the world has resulted in a furious insistence from the CSPs that such cooperation in the future will have to be governed by a clear legal framework. This, I think, has potentially very serious implications, especially if there is any demand by globally run CSPs that such protocols should also be on a global basis, not least because there is a different culture that we have about security services in this country and clearly a different framework and understanding of the way in which they operate within our government compared even within other members of the Five Eyes. In truth, I think there is a glaring difference between acceptance by the average UK citizen of the work of the secret intelligence agencies and the cultural approach that is taken to such matters within the USA, where there is a great sense of the individual being up against an all-powerful state, and of course in much of continental Europe, and understandably one only needs to go to the land of my mother's homeland, and she herself was brought up first 6 years of her life under Nazi Germany, and then under the rigours of the Gestapo, and then under Stasi in East Germany between 1945 and 1954. And that has a very, very strong bearing on the cultural differences. And so I think there's a danger we could be a little complacent in this country about the way in which we recognise, after Bletchley Park, after some of the glamour of James Bond, the way in which the security services operate here. It's very different, I think, in other parts of the world. And if there is going to be a push towards these global protocols, it will be more difficult to make the case for our exceptionalism going forward. Of course.
I'm grateful to my friend. He makes a very powerful case, and I think this is one of the factors, he may agree, we're really going to have to take into account when we consider whether, in fact, there might not be advantages from judicial warrantry systems, because they're likely to command more acceptance internationally, even if they don't seem to necessarily be required here.
Yeah, I shall come on to that point. I do not entirely agree, I have to say, but I will touch on that in my concluding comments, which, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm moving on to fairly shortly, because I think there are potentially serious implications for the operational capabilities of our security services in their counter-terrorism operations. I'm very struck, however, by this clear irony that, given the business models of most internet service providers hinges upon the exploitation of knowledge from their own user customers, which can then be sold for profit to third-party advertisers. It seems that the protection of privacy obviously has its limits. But Snowden's impact has also revolutionised the demand for and the creation of ever more effective encryption, which I think further and seriously depletes the capabilities of our security services. In the aftermath of the terrorist attacks of 2001 and more recently, almost exactly 10 years ago, the attacks that took place here on the streets of London, it was regarded, very much the conventional wisdom, was that public safety could only be protected by ever more sophisticated, targeted internet surveillance. The events of recent times mean I think it would be unwise to neglect the future importance of developing more traditional security tradecraft. Our security services will need to invest extensively and prudently in agent expertise on the ground, rather than simply relying upon ever more sophisticated electronic surveillance expertise. May I also make this final observation on this highly contentious issue of authorisation of warrants? As has been pointed out, the independent reviewer of terrorism legislation contends that all warrants should be subject to judicial authorisation. I also accept that in the interests of promoting public confidence, it is now probably necessary that the regime of judicial oversight applying after the event will need some substantial bolstering. We do, however, need to remember that it is senior Foreign and Home Office ministers who are answerable to this House, to Parliament, in the event of a major terrorist incident that invasive surveillance is designed, of course, to prevent. It will be elected politicians, not judges, who will ultimately be accountable to the court of public opinion. So ultimately, I stand by the ISC's view that ministers should authorise warrants in this area. Nevertheless, it does seem to me important that senior judges will need to be given a more significant role in scrutinising the operation of this process. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me just say this, if I may. Our intelligence agencies do a very important and increasingly very challenging job in what are very difficult times. I do believe the UK public has good cause to maintain confidence in what they do, but I also contend that only greater transparency and scrutiny of their work will improve public understanding and reinforce that sense of confidence.
Joanna Terry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Scottish National Party welcome publication of the Anderson report, which, as others have noted, is a very thorough report, and one can have only admiration for the job that David Anderson QC has done. The Scottish National Party want to work constructively with members of Parliament across the Chamber to make sure that when the new bill, which the Home Secretary has referred to, is introduced, it takes adequate account of civil liberties and human rights issues. The Scottish National Party recognise the need for law enforcement and security services to have access to the information they require, not just in respect of the threat of terrorist offences, but also in respect of serious crime, for example, the significant evil posed by child sexual exploitation. However, the Scottish National Party will also always be vigilant to ensure that appropriate safeguards are put in place to balance the need to keep our communities safe with the need to protect civil liberties. Whilst we have some concerns about the recommendations in the report, there are many aspects of the report which we welcome. In particular, we welcome the call for a comprehensive and comprehensible new law to be drafted from scratch in order to replace the multitude of current powers and to provide for clear limits and safeguards on any intrusive power that it may be necessary for public authorities to use. We also very much welcome David Anderson's recognition of the need for the new law to comply with international human rights standards and to be subject to the visible and demanding safeguards reflecting the central importance of both the European Convention of Human Rights and the Human Rights Act. We welcome the fact that the report urges much stronger oversight of the activities of the police and security services. We support the recommendation that interception warrants should be granted by judges rather than politicians. This properly reflects the separation of powers between executive and judiciary and is the case in democratic countries across the world who pay more than lip service to the importance of the rule of law. And in this respect, I would wish to associate myself with the very insightful comments made by both the Shadow Home Secretary and the Right Honourable Member for Beaconsfield. The Scottish National Party also welcomed David Anderson's recommendation that the Investigatory Powers Tribunal should be able to make declarations of incompatibility under the Human Rights Act and that its rulings should be subject to appeals on points of law. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the recommendations that we welcome, most importantly, we welcome the fact that David Anderson states that no operational case has yet been made for the compulsory retention of third-party data. We note that he has also questioned the lawfulness, the intrusiveness and the cost of the proposals that were the subject matter of the 2012 Communications Data Bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, his comments are a serious blow to previous government attempts to introduce what was in effect a snooper's charter. David Anderson has noted that no other European Union or Commonwealth country requires the blanket retention of weblogs, and as the Right Honourable Member for Sheffield Hallam has noted, Australia recently prohibited this in law and for very good reason. When the report was introduced to the House 2 weeks ago, the Honourable Member for Brighton Pavilion noted that both the Court of Justice of the European Union and David Anderson have now made it clear that blanket retention of data is unlawful, and the Scottish National Party hopes the UK Government will take serious cognizance of this. The Director of Liberty, Shami Chakrabarti, has noted, and I quote, "It is striking that despite a 5-year campaign by the Home Secretary to convince us of its absolute necessity, David Anderson concludes that no operational case for a snooper's charter has yet been made, and we in the Scottish National Party hope that David Anderson's report will be the final death knell for the snooper's charter." Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish now to turn to... yes.
To my honourable friend. Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend has quite rightly welcomed large parts of Mr Anderson's report. My honourable friend, of course, has also enjoyed a very distinguished career as a lawyer. Does she, like me, perhaps unlike the Right Honourable Member for Beaconsfield, share the concerns of many lawyers across the UK that the rule of law and indeed the proper administration of justice may be undermined if the protection offered by legal professional privilege is not fully respected by investigatory powers legislation?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I do share that concern, and I note the comments of the English Bar Council and the English Law Society, and I know that the Scottish Bar, of which I'm a member, and the Law Society of Scotland also share concerns that legal professional privilege ought not to be interfered with. It's important, Madam Deputy Speaker, to note that insisting on proper protection for legal protection privilege is not special pleading on behalf of lawyers. The privilege is that of the client rather than the lawyer, and the underlying rationale is the public interest in ensuring the proper administration of justice. So yes, I do share the legal body's concerns in this respect. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd wish now to turn to the Scottish angle on these matters. When I spoke in this House on the occasion of the publication of the Anderson report, I asked the Home Secretary to commit fully to engaging with her Scottish Government counterparts insofar as there will be measures in the new bill which impinge on the devolved competences. Her response was to say that national security is a reserved matter. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is simply not good enough. There are issues beyond crime, beyond national security, which will be touched upon in the new bill, and these include particularly serious crime. Crime is a devolved matter, and the new bill will clearly include measures directed against the investigation of serious crime. I and others have already touched upon child sexual exploitation as an important example. So much of what is to be covered in the new bill may potentially impinge on areas of Scots law that are clearly devolved and under the jurisdiction of the Scottish Government or Scotland's law enforcement agencies, including the Crown Office and the Procurator Fiscal Service. I would like to give the Home Secretary at least 2 examples of proposals which, if taken forward, would have implications for both Scottish ministers and Scottish legislation. The first is returning to judicial authorisation of interception warrants on serious crime grounds. At present, interception for the purpose of preventing or detecting serious crime in Scotland is authorised by Scottish ministers. On the basis of David Anderson's recommendations, it will in future be in the hands of members of the Scottish judiciary. The second recommendation or proposal, which may have implications for Scotland, an example of one, is the recommendation that the 3 existing commissioners for interception, surveillance and intelligence services should be replaced with a single independent surveillance and intelligence commission. There are a number of provisions in the Scottish legislation, which is the Regulation of Investigatory Powers Scotland Act, which place duties on the office of the surveillance commissioners in terms of surveillance and the use of covert human intelligence sources. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, any change in this area would almost certainly trigger the requirement for a legislative consent motion from the Scottish Parliament. Accordingly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope that the Home Secretary will stand respectfully corrected and now accept that there is a need for her to commit to engaging fully with the Scottish Government insofar as any legislation to be brought forward later this year and at the beginning of next year will impinge on the devolved competences. I mentioned, Madam Deputy Speaker, that although the Scottish National Party welcome the Anderson report, there are areas of concern about its contents, and we are in particular disappointed at the suggestion that bulk collection of external communications should continue, subject only to what are described as additional safeguards, and the recommendation that existing compulsory data retention capabilities under the Data Retention and Compulsory Power Act of 2014 be maintained. The Anderson report offers 6 agency case studies in an attempt at justifying mass interception. However, as others, including Liberty, have noted, the information in these case studies is vague and limited, so that it is impossible to assess whether the security outcomes could just as easily have been achieved by using the wealth of targeted and operation-led intrusive surveillance power at the agency's disposal. The Scottish National Party does not dispute the use and value of targeted and proportional intrusive surveillance. However, we believe that mass speculative interception of communications and data retention is unlawful, unnecessary and disproportionate, and we are pleased to see that Liberty is currently challenging the lawfulness of mass interception in the European Court of Human Rights and representing the honourable gentlemen of this House in their legal challenge to DRIPA. Madam Deputy Speaker, yes.
I appreciate the Honourable Lady's concern, and I appreciate too that this is going to be one of the issues that we're going to have to look at during the course of the passage of the legislation. But I do wonder whether she's right in her belief that what is taking place is a sort of mass trawl of a speculative character. I don't think it is, and indeed, listening to what my right honourable friend, the member for the City of London Westminster, was saying, which I think correctly reflected what had been taking place. I just don't think that that is the way she's described it is the correct way of identifying what has been going on. And it may be, therefore, that she will be able to get some reassurance on this as the legislation goes through.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I would clearly defer to the right honourable gentleman's experience in this field, he having been a law officer in England and having direct knowledge of this. I cannot speak from direct knowledge. However, what I can say is that there is significant public perception and concern that what is at stake is mass trawling and speculative trawling, and that is something which this House, a concern which this House must take very seriously, and a concern which is perhaps backed up by some recent revelations. Madam Deputy Speaker, when the Anderson report was first introduced to the House on the 11th of June, the Home Secretary in her statement, and I note in her contribution to the debate today, I'm not sure whether she has committed to the root and branch reform recommended by Anderson, but clearly we will have to wait and see the draft bill that is brought forward in the autumn. The Scottish National Party would wish to see that bill bringing about the comprehensive and comprehensible reform recommended by Anderson, as well as achieving the appropriate balance with civil liberties and the recognition of international human rights norms. The Right Honourable Member for Halton, Price and Howden, last time we spoke about this, invited the Home Secretary to look hard at the recommendation for judicial warrants, but I'm afraid to say I found her response on that both 2 weeks ago and today decidedly lukewarm. However, I note her assurance that no decision has as yet been taken. Again, this is a matter of serious concern for the Scottish National Party, and I would very much support what the Shadow Home Secretary said in this respect. Madam Deputy Speaker, to bring my remarks to a conclusion, cross-party cooperation in this Parliament has already forced the Government to backtrack on their plans to repeal the Human Rights Act, at least for the time being. Everything about David Anderson's report emphasises the need for human rights to be protected, and that we should do so by regard to internationally recognised norms. The Scottish National Party will seek to defeat any government plans to curb civil liberties in the forthcoming bill. In particular, we are concerned that the mass collection of data without any suggestion of criminality or wrongdoing impinges upon civil liberties, and we are committed to opposing any snooper's charter that sanctions mass spying on the public at large. I mention this because it is a matter of huge public concern. In opposing any snooper's charter, the Scottish National Party will do that secure in the knowledge that both the Anderson report and the Court of Justice of the European Union agree that such a charter would be unlawful. We support the targeted and proportionate use of lawful intrusive powers, but the Snowden revelations of 2013 and subsequent litigation brought by Liberty and others shows just how far we have moved from a model whereby those under suspicion are targeted and the innocent are left free from state intrusion. Even more worrying is the fact that prior to recent revelations, the public and many politicians were unaware of the nature and extent of blanket surveillance. Madam Deputy Speaker, in order for trust to be restored, this Parliament must assert its democratic function and set clear limits on the use of intrusive powers and prohibit their use on a mass scale. Thank you.
Although, before I call the next speaker, could I just point out we do have a very large number of members still wishing to catch my eye. So I don't want to impose a speech limit, but if we can keep it down to 8 minutes, then we can be sure of getting everybody in. Andrew Murrison.
Very grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by paying tribute to our security services, whose work I have seen at first hand over many years now. They are superb professionals, and unspoken and silently they keep us safe every day and the streets of Britain in a way that we would want and is emulated across the world. Can I also pay tribute to David Anderson's report? From its very wisely chosen title to Annex 18, 373 pages later, it is truly magisterial. If I had a criticism, it would be too many acronyms. But stand fast that it is a truly superb work. Can I also say that the Intelligence and Security Committee report too, in its own way, is worthy of very close attention and provides a backdrop to the consideration that this House will be engaged in as we run up to autumn and the much anticipated consideration of the draft legislation. We've heard today about my Right Honourable friend's daughter's ballet. We've heard about the Right Honourable lady who speaks for the opposition's child's graduation. It's a feature of this particular point in the academic year that we are very concerned about our children and their achievements. At the weekend I had the very great pleasure of being at my own daughter's sports day. And what impressed me most, apart from the athletic prowess of my daughters, was the camera overhead monitoring this business with the full consent of the school, the children, and I think probably implicitly the parents, for posterity. And it at first glance looked a fairly benign exercise. But I don't think I was the only one that felt slightly uneasy at, certainly my recollection, the first time I come across this particular piece of technology, a great cumbersome, burdensome thing, very obvious and very noisy. In 10 years' time, Madam Deputy Speaker, it will be replaced, I have no doubt, by a thing the size of a small insect. And at that point, it becomes far more sinister. And if I had one plea, it would be this, that as we consider this draft legislation towards the end of this year, we make sure that we future-proof the bill, the act, that eventually transpires, because this measure must be good for many years to come, and at a time when we'll be faced with technology that most of us can only imagine at the moment. My interest in this matter stems from my ministerial experience as Minister for International Security Strategy, Minister in the Northern Ireland Office, and also the Member of Parliament representing an area that has a large number of people engaged one way or the other in the security services. But of course, all of us in this place are intimately involved with the product of these security services, since all of our constituents, one way or another, are affected by it. I'm very impressed by the National Crime Agency's stats on the things that they have done directly as a result of material that has been intercepted. I'm particularly impressed by the 750 kilos of heroin, 2,000 kilos of cocaine that were intercepted in 2013-14, the 2,200 arrests, the 140 firearms that were intercepted, the £20 million of illicit loot that was seized. I note Operation Notarise and the 600 arrests for suspected child abuse that resulted from that. All of this represents a great wealth of human misery. If it's not dealt with, and it won't be dealt with, unless we invest in our security services the powers that they need to intercept material in a fast-evolving electronic space. But a balance needs to be struck clearly between this and our need to keep people safe in a complex world, and privacy, between the extremes of Big Brother and the anarchy and lawlessness of laissez-faire. My right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, touched on this in her remarks, and to be honest, I don't know where on that Likert scale between Big Brother and laissez-faire we need to be pitching this, and I think that's a matter for debate in the months ahead. I am alarmed, frankly, at the report in the ISK, a report from earlier this year, of organisations like Big Brother, Watch, Justice, Liberty, Rights Watch UK, in which it is reported that they feel that the current security environment is having a chilling effect on society. I don't believe that is the case. I think my constituents would indeed be chilled, however, if we were not able to interdict and intercept the sorts of villains that would do them down and create havoc on the streets of this country. My constituents would be chilled in the event that we accepted, as these organisations appear to do, the sorts of atrocity we saw on the streets of London with the murder of Fusilier Lee Rigby, because that is the consequence of not giving our security services the powers that they need. It's as straightforward as that, notwithstanding my remarks about balance. Now, there are lots of things to be considered in the autumn, and I welcome the opportunity that this House will have for pre-legislative scrutiny. I would just like to, in the very short time available to me, to touch upon one or two of them. Right honourable members have commented on the need for public awareness and public education and confusion on the part of the public. Actually, I don't agree with the honourable lady who has just spoken, insofar as she seemed to be suggesting that there was widespread concern about snooping. I don't think there's much evidence to sustain that, but it's our duty to make sure that as we approach this legislation, we do our very best to educate people in whose name we act, and to make sure that they have the sort of understanding that in a civic society, civil society, they need in order to have confidence that the powers invested in security services are appropriate, necessary, proportionate and legal. And it's the job of members of this House, if I may ever so gently say, the reformed Intelligence and Security Committee, to inculcate that level of understanding so far as it possibly can in and among the public. Snooping is, in my view, a complete misnomer, and we've heard this afternoon that there is nothing to sustain that descriptor. But that does not mean to say that we should not put in place the mechanisms necessary to ensure that our security services do not, wittingly or unwittingly, abuse the position of trust that's invested in them. We also, I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, need to be very conscious that technology is proceeding apace, and that quantum computing, in the next 10 years probably, is going to provide a double-edged sword. A double-edged sword because it will increase the ability to encrypt data, and thus the ability of villains to do bad stuff, and also improve the ability potentially of our security services to survey bulk data, and that would bring significant implications in terms of the legislation we'll be considering in the autumn. So whilst we rely at the moment, of course we do, on this material being necessary and proportionate and legal, the fourth hurdle is, of course, the impossibility of surveying a great deal of this bulk data. It is simply not possible for security services to snoop in the way that has been suggested, because there is just so much of it, and the technology does not exist in order to spy on people or snoop on them or invade their personal liberty in the way that some seem to think is routinely possible. But that may change, and we need to ensure that the legislation we're going to consider in the autumn is up to the task of dealing with this stuff as it evolves, as it surely will over the next decade. And there are various things we can do to mitigate against that. We can insist on time limit for the retention of data, and we can also be very wary of allowing ISPs to hold bulk data that is capable of being mined, so-called big data. I am persuaded that there is a distinct possibility in the near future for agencies to be able to profile people and to predict not what they have done, but what they might do in the future on the basis of the profile that they are able to build up. That's extremely sinister. And whilst, of course, it would be illegal to do so as things stand at the moment, in the event that we no longer could rely upon that fourth hurdle that I raised, namely the physical inability to tap data because of its extent, because of quantum computing and the changes in technology over the next several years, it may just be possible for that to happen in the future, providing a sort of electronic version of Dixon of Dock Green, eyeing up what we may think as being wrong-uns who may be involved in criminality and potentially worse in the future. We need to ensure that the legislation is proofed against that. Can I say very quickly, in the time available to me, because I'm very aware that others want to speak, that we need to be careful about the status of communication data, the who, where and when. And I am worried that given the increasing importance of this, the sophistication of it and the profiling that is capable of being built up on the basis of it, that we need to look at the status of the designated person. I am not convinced that those powers are properly vested in a middle grade person, and I think we need to look at whether in fact that needs to be changed in order to preserve the liberties that we have discussed today. Can I also make a very brief comment about who signs warrants for intrusive activities, since that is a very important part of the material we're discussing today. Sir David Ormond and the Home Secretary are quite clear about this, and I agree with them. I agree with it because of my personal experience, which is at a far lower level than my right honourable friend, the member for Beaconsfield, but nevertheless, as a minister, I am less persuaded, as indeed he wasn't. He was unpersuaded by the immediacy argument. That seems to me to be superficial and easily dealt with. I am persuaded by the need to consider the wider political context. I think that's a very important point. And I'm also persuaded by the accountability of this. You know, we are elected in this place to represent real people. Nobody ever put a cross by the name of a member of the judiciary. Of course, I'll give way.
Well, I'm grateful. If I could say this, I think the accountability issue is without any doubt the most powerful argument for ministers doing the warrantry process. Although, of course, there does remain a problem that because of the nature of this work, the accountability to this House is sometimes going to be rather difficult to achieve in practice because, of course, inevitably it's not made public. And I think that this is where there is this tension which the House is going to have to debate and resolve.
Yes, my right honourable friend, of course, as one would expect, puts his finger on it. And it may be that the mechanism described so well by our right honourable friend, the member for Citizen of London Westminster, may be a remedy for that. But nevertheless, it has to remain with the Minister, in my opinion, and we need to be very, very jealous of that power vested in our politicians who are accountable to the House and to the people for these extraordinarily important things that they do. Can I just finish, Madam Deputy Speaker, very briefly by saying that at the heart of this lies an improvement in public understanding. And in the months ahead, the months that are available to us in relation to this before December next year, we have to do everything we can to inculcate a far better understanding about these sensitive issues in the public. Each of us has a job to do in that respect, and I hope very much that the Intelligence and Security Committee, when it comes to consider these matters, will play its part in improving public understanding, and I think we will all, our civil society, will be in a much better place as a result.
If members insist on putting their own interpretation of what is 8 minutes, then unfortunately I will have to impose a time limit. So if we could keep to 8 minutes or less, then I would be very grateful. Emily Thornberry.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I may speak very quickly in order to get through everything I want to say. In my contribution, I am referring to the two reports, the ISC report and the Independent Review of Terrorism report, not the two data reports, because we've not really had an opportunity to be able to read them or consider them properly. But the second report, that of David Anderson QC, aptly titled A Question of Trust, has been rightly complimented in this place for its thoroughness and its rigour. I have to say, though, perhaps we haven't yet had a warning to those who might want to read it, the warning being don't drop it on your foot. Anderson's recommendation that such a law should be made both comprehensive and comprehensible has also been widely endorsed. And that is surely right, because if the law on these important issues is unintelligible to a lay reader, then it would seem to be esoteric and inaccessible to all, and therefore be seen as simply something that will not be able to inspire public confidence. In the time available, I'd like to focus on the main bone of contention, in my view, which is who should have authority to grant permission for access to the content of people's private communications. The ISC reports, in my view, for all its strength, offers an insider's view of this issue. The Home Secretary, no doubt, found much more to agree with this in this report than others, not least because she finds herself extensively quoted in it. The ISC, after hearing evidence which, in my view, was heavily weighted towards ministers and officials from the security services, came down squarely, in my view, on the side of the status quo. They concluded that the current system of ministerial authorisation of interception warrants should be maintained, although I listened with some interest to the comments from the member for Cities of London and Westminster on this issue. The committee appears to have reached the conclusion based almost wholly on the recommendations of ministers themselves, with the concerns of civil liberties groups being given comparatively short shrift. In concluding that ministers were better equipped than judges to make these decisions, the committee relied on arguments some of which, in my view, relied on flawed logic. May I perhaps just rely on one example? They argued that, quote, ministers are able to take into account the wider context of each warrant application and the risks involved, whereas judges can only decide whether a warrant application is legally compliant. The example the committee provided by way of support for this rather extraordinary claim was that of the diplomatic fracas following the allegations in 2013 that the US National Security Agency had tapped the German Chancellor's phone. The ISC's less than subtle implication was that whilst a minister would have the wisdom to reject such an application, judges would be too clueless to understand the requirements of international diplomacy, and they couldn't possibly be trusted to understand the diplomatic implications of such a decision. Yes, of course.
They did not accept that there is a difference of role here, and all that the report is recognising is that the role of a minister is to represent Her Majesty's government across a broad swathe of areas, including international policy, and the role of a judge is to adjudicate on a question of law.
I think that there is to underestimate the subtle role that judges have come to take in recent years. For example, the development of administrative law does mean that judges have to be able to balance a number of factors. And the other question is this: are we essentially saying that the only way in which ministers are able to have some form of oversight over the security services is when it is that they give permission for intercepts? I mean, there must be a greater oversight in relation to our secret service. So, for example, if there was a suggestion that we were going to, I don't know, tap an idea from the air, tap the phone of the President of France, for example, that the Home Secretary would not be aware of that if there was to be a system that simply you would apply to the court instead. I mean, if that is our current system, then I think we need to look at that quite carefully. Because if it is simply, and we need to make sure that we do have some form of oversight from our ministers in relation to the Secret Service, and it doesn't seem to me that therefore excludes the need for judges to be there as a backup. I mean, surely ministers would welcome the idea that they have not only their own decisions and their own ideas and their own judgment there, but it is also backed up with the authority of a judge. I mean, it does seem to me that the caricature of judges being completely out of the world is one that doesn't bear experience. I have to declare an interest at this point. I am married to a judge, and I can say that there have been times when my husband has been duty judge, and although the phone hasn't necessarily been passed to him whilst he's been in the bath, it is quite right that judges are there to be able to be flexible and to be able to move quickly and to be able to make decisions as and when is necessary. I have given away, and I do want to try. And I'm not doing very well at the moment. I've only got 3 minutes left if I am to keep to the strictures, and I suspect I may not. But I will go as fast as I can. Judges don't live in a vacuum. Their job does need them to be able to have some form of judgment. And in the end, there have been such challenges to the establishment. The public do have great scepticism about politics, but also all sorts of pillars of the establishment these days. And what I find very interesting is one of the few areas that is not challenged in the same way is the judiciary. Whenever there is a difficult issue that needs to be decided on, or there has been a crisis, it doesn't take very long for people to be calling out for a full judicial inquiry. And it does seem to me that when we are talking about trust, and trust in relation to this highly contentious field, it seems to me that it would be a mistake for ministers not to call on the backup of the judiciary in terms of going to them in order to be able to, when we're looking at a radical overhaul of the legislative and regulatory framework, we need to be bold, and it does seem to me that there is great sense in the report from Dave Anderson in relation to this. He's talked about a new body to be established, and I do think that's the backbone. I do think that we can't say that is one of the many proposals he's put forward. It is absolutely essential, and I was a little alarmed to hear the Home Secretary last time we were discussing this matter in this place, referring to it as being only one of many recommendations. Actually, if you do the numbers, the body does feature in about 50 of the recommendations, so I do hope that it isn't pushed aside as being a peripheral issue. Clearly it isn't. And there is the issue about transparency, and I have to say that is a very important part of it too. The Commission would not only take on responsibility for approving warrants, but they would also incorporate the retrospective audit functions currently exercised by the Intercept Commissioner and the Intelligence Services Commissioner. I have to say these officers currently fit into what I see as a deeply foggy regulatory arrangement, which is in many ways reminiscent of the regulation of Wall Street before the crash, where there was not a single one of the half a dozen or so agencies that were given the job of regulating and supervising the banks, and yet none of them seemed to be able to manage to exert their authority sufficiently. to even know what was going on underneath their noses, let alone have the power to stop it. The Home Secretary has said to the ISC that at that stage it was her view that I think it is important that the decision is taken by somebody who is democratically accountable to the public. I do understand that, but if we look at the reality of things at the moment, there are thousands of warrants for interception issued under RIPA, and we don't know what proportion of those applications the Home Secretary doesn't approve when it appears on her desk, because both she and successive governments have refused to say. And the current Home Secretary admitted in evidence to the ISC that the proportions of applications that she approves is very high, which isn't surprising given that the reviewing of such applications takes up such a significant proportion of her day, and it isn't as though she doesn't have lots of other things to be doing. And so she also, I think, relies very heavily on her officials and their judgment, and of course we would expect her to do so. And we have to be careful that, I'm sure that it isn't a rubber stamping exercise, but we have to be mindful about what it looks like. And again, when we're looking at a question of trust, I think that it is something that we need to look at. Let's look at the reality of what things are now before deciding whether that a change would be a bad thing. Taken together, it does seem to me that Dave Anderson's proposals represent a radical overhaul of the existing legal framework, and I don't believe that it's the worst for that. I believe that when we are looking at this report, we must go back and say to ourselves that in the end, we need a radical overhaul, we need to bring the public with us, we need not to be afraid, and it does seem to me that to bring in additional expertise and to be able to have a clearer framework in which we can have judicial oversight of such sensitive things as intercept must be a good thing.
Victoria Prentis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm honoured to be called after such distinguished speakers and in such an important debate to give my maiden speech. For me, paying tribute to my predecessor is more than a convention. It's something I do with real affection. Sir Tony Baldry served our area since I was a little girl. In the 32 years he spent in this place, he was able as a minister to help privatise the energy industry. He served as chairman of the International Development Select Committee, and more recently, he sat in that place as Second Church Estates Commissioner. He acted as the voice of God in this place and was responsible for everything from bats and bishops to blasphemy. Sir Tony believes in God, but he also believes in Mrs. Thatcher. And in his first political job as a young man, he was proud to act as keeper of the hairspray. He is loved locally as our very own circumference. But it is his loyalty, decency, and sheer hard work which will make him so hard to follow. And there is another member, now in another place, to whom I must also pay tribute. I owe to my father my lifelong knowledge of and love for our area and its people. I'm one of the very fortunate band of members to be able to represent their hometown. And you can hear the emotion with which it...
You can do it.
What I can't do is do it quickly.
Come on, Prentis.
North Oxfordshire is a beautiful place to live. I'm sure many members can picture our river valley, rolling hills and medieval churches encircled by villages. It's true that at home I make cider and keep ferrets. 4 generations of my family have the soil of North Oxfordshire under our fingernails. Yet this is only partially a rural constituency. The vast majority of my constituents live in one of our 2 major and substantial and thriving market towns, Banbury and Bicester. Business is booming, thanks to the long-term economic plan and the... It's going to take a lot longer to... Get used to it. and the impressive industry of my constituents, we have almost no unemployment. That is not something my predecessor was able to say until the very end of his term here. We excel at food production and engineering, often with agricultural roots. Town and country balance to provide a perfect setting. The Bicester Hunt meet in a factory which produces engines for lawn mowers. The diversity of commerce found in converted barns is extraordinary. We have high-end technical businesses, hospitality and national charities where once we had cowsheds. Many of these now operate internationally, and whatever the result of the referendum, our businesses need an easily accessible market for trade in Europe and strong global trading connections. Bicester Village is the most visited attraction outside London for Chinese tourists and known to many well-dressed members of this House. All this is in part... All this is in part down to our very fortunate geographical position. We benefit from superb road and rail links, with which I am, as a commuter who lives in the very middle of the constituency, very familiar. We also have the excellent Horton General Hospital, where I was born, and which boasts now more consultants than ever before. It doesn't surprise me that so many people want to move to our area and join us. The challenge facing us over the next few years is how to manage unprecedented expansion across the area and to ensure that Bicester can blossom into a garden town. We must provide new infrastructure and work hard to ensure that we preserve what matters to us while building for the future. And while I love my home, I'm not blind to its problems. I'm proud that this summer, for the first time, students in all of our secondary schools will finally be able to take A-levels. But we must raise aspirations much higher. Child sexual exploitation has been a problem for us, but it's being recognised and tackled at all levels, not least by the changes I hope we'll make following the debate today. As the mother of 2 girls, I'm acutely aware of the pressures now heaped on our children in the social media age, and creative measures to build their self-worth and to protect them must be a priority for us all, this Parliament. Only by tackling these difficult issues can we create the one nation we've pledged to deliver. Compassionate Conservatives, like my predecessor and my father, know that the marginalised and vulnerable must be protected for society to thrive. As a Conservative, I am committed to standing up for the rights of the individual. I am fortunate to have had a front seat in court for the developments of human rights law over the last 20 years. When I started out as a young government lawyer protecting issues of national security, we used to joke that we represented the powers of darkness. Since then, battle-hardened by so many inquests of servicemen killed fighting for us, those who died in the 7/7 bombings, and more recently Alexander Litvinenko, it has become ever clearer to me that our security services are nothing of the sort. They have been proved repeatedly to be both efficient and decent, and a great example of the values we hold so dear in this country. They, and others in our civil service, get on with the business of protecting us for modest salaries and little public recognition. We are lucky to have them. We face a grave combination of threats. We must not allow those who mean to harm us to exploit any credibility gap in our regulation of investigatory powers. Checks and balances are welcome, but the process must not become so burdensome as to result in delays which mean we cannot respond to threats as quickly as we need to. As a lawyer, also married to another lawyer, I am of course very comfortable with the idea of judicial oversight. This is precisely what judges are trained for and able to provide, and they're very good at it. But the system must retain sufficient flexibility to enable us to act at great speed when necessary. I am indebted to my pupil master, the Right Honourable and learned friend, the members for Beaconsfield. for his support throughout my legal career. I was amused to note that he and several other of the initiates who sit on the benches opposite were happy to admit that they find the existing regulatory framework somewhat difficult to understand. I share their concerns, but at this stage of my parliamentary career, I'm not going to make any such admissions. But going forward, I would also add that we must make sure that the language used is wide enough to encompass threats which have not yet materialised, whether or not at a school sports day. Technology is moving faster than regulatory drafting. Our regulation of investigatory powers should be seen in a wider context of protections which we're fortunate to enjoy in the United Kingdom. As a nation, we should be proud of our record on human rights. In the 800 years since the signing of the Magna Carta, quite rightly, our perceptions have evolved. The greatness of the common law is that it has evolved with them. The Convention is a masterful document, and we must remain a signatory to it. But it's very much a product of the cataclysmic events which it was designed to prevent reoccurring. In this country, the courts are unable to quash an Act of Parliament. It seems we need to restate that while our courts should have regard to the decisions of the ECHR, these are on the same footing, and Parliament is sovereign. I am pleased that the Government is consulting wise legal minds in a variety of venues on how to take this forward. We can now, if we wish, formulate rights for today, including, for example, parental rights and those of children, and we can discuss sexuality and disability rights in a way that would have been unthinkable 65 years ago. In so doing, we can, I hope, deal with some of the more unwieldy aspects of the Human Rights Act. I have seen how the principle of extraterritoriality adds to the burdens on the soldiers I was so proud to represent, and how the interpretation of the investigative obligation under Article 2 has benefited lawyers rather than bereaved families. I have seen those who face the enemy with bravery quail at the idea of a significant disclosure exercise. We must not allow excessive requests for paperwork nor overburdensome oversight to become themselves deadly weapons. I am, as I said, battle-hardened but not battle-weary, and I'm looking forward to fighting hard to represent the people of North Oxfordshire in the years to come.
Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I commend the honourable member for Banbury on her maiden speech. I think from listening to her description of her constituency, it certainly sounds in many ways a lot like my own, so I'll need to see what I can do to pay a visit at some point over the years ahead. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to make this my maiden speech in this House. I'm certainly looking forward to undertaking the duties that my constituents in Midlothian have entrusted me with, and will look to use every possible opportunity to advance the issues that are of most importance to the communities I represent. I'd also like to thank the other honourable members around the Chamber on all sides of the benches and colleagues for the warm welcome that I have received on my arrival here in the House, and in particular thanks go out to the staff of the House of Commons, particularly I do have to say my induction buddy David Nicholas, who certainly got me off to the best possible start in this tenure. Could I also take this opportunity to pay tribute to my predecessor David Hamilton. Many in this chamber will know David from old. He was a member in this chamber for 14 years. I have to say I am probably quite fortunate in that I've known David for a large part of that time and have always found him very easy to get on with. I don't know if this is down to the fact that we've never actually stood against each other or not, but it certainly makes things a lot easier, and I welcome the warm comments that he has given me on my successful election. While David and I may disagree on many things, I think it's safe to say we're very much agreed on the importance of representing our constituents in this Parliament. I'm the first SNP member to be elected to this House from Midlothian, and the first non-minor for decades. In many ways, this is reflective of the wider changes that we've seen in Midlothian over this time. 10 years ago, there wasn't a single elected representative for the SNP in Midlothian. 9.5 years ago, I was elected to Midlothian Council in what became a process of gradual growth and 2007, a group of 6 onto the council. In 2011, both members of the Scottish Parliament returned as SNP members. In 2012, taking the lead in Midlothian Council to the point where, at the time of the election, I was the leader of Midlothian Council. It's been quite a journey over these 10 years. And today, Midlothian is one of the fastest growing parts of Scotland. The growth of world-leading animal science at the Bush, reintroduction of the Borders Railway, or the Waverley Line as we in Midlothian certainly look to call it, and the blossoming multitude of small businesses. This has all helped to make Midlothian a destination of choice for so many. I also understand that there are more people now employed in the site of the old Bilston Glen colliery today than there ever were at the height of the mining industry. It just goes to show how things have moved on. But in saying that, Midlothian is still very much a community with a strong identity, which each of our towns defends vigorously and loudly and often. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure you've noticed that I'm wearing the Midlothian tartan tie today. There's a very good reason for this. In many ways it helps to paint a picture of Midlothian for members around the chamber. The green represents the large rural landscapes and agricultural nature of the county. And while we're only a short drive from the centre of Edinburgh, you certainly know you're in Midlothian, with our sweeping green spaces at the foot of the Moorfield, Lammermuir and Pentland Hills. Pentland Hills, of course, home of Europe's longest dry ski slope, which now also includes tubing runs, and for those brave enough, you can try your hand at a rolling haggis. The blue represents the reservoirs in the surrounding hills, while the twin pale blue lines represent the rivers of the North and South Esk. The gold thread represents the grain, which made Midlothian the breadbasket of Edinburgh. And today we certainly have a flourishing food and drink industry, boasting internationally recognised brands such as McSween Haggis and Stewart Brewing. I do confess that as a personal favourite of mine. Of course, there's the black. Who could miss the black? The coal. First mined by the Cistercian monks of Newbattle Abbey, who founded that abbey in 1140. Coal formed a key part of the history of Midlothian until the late 1980s, the time when I first moved to Midlothian. Of course, Newbattle Abbey is, of course, the home of the Declaration of Arbroath, the very place in which it was drafted by the Abbot of Arbroath. So it's certainly something that I would look to see to move forward in the years and time ahead. My county has a deep and proud heritage, and I certainly would welcome all members of this chamber to pay a visit to many of the tourist attractions we have, from the National Mine Museum to Roslin Chapel, made very, very famous by the Da Vinci Code. Now, I'm not the first member to be elected this chamber from Midlothian in such a stunning political landslide. In 1878, Midlothian elected W.E. Gladstone, following his decision not to stand again for Greenwich. He decided to challenge incumbent Lord Dalkeith. And Gladstone's Midlothian campaigns of 1879 and 1880 engaged the population in a way that was particularly uncommon at the time. In 1879, Gladstone was reported to have had some 30 substantial speeches, reported to be heard by almost 87,000 persons. I can't claim to have anything like that at the hustings I participated in the most recent elections. But I do think that the general approach is very similar, in the sense that I and I know colleagues were very, very keen to go out and have meetings, discussions and talk to people, and not simply have invited audience at closed-door meetings, but to engage the population.
Hear, hear.
Gladstone was determined to take his message to the people, and that's certainly something I'm looking to continue to drive forward as I undertake my new role as MP for Midlothian. Gladstone's foresight in this does lead me to wonder what he might have made of today's social media if he was around. No doubt he'd be a top Twitterati with thousands of followers hanging on his every word, and perhaps some of us would be treated to see what he was tweeting for his tea every night. As I look to follow in the footsteps of those who have come before me, I will do this in my own way. I'm not here to settle down, but I'm here to make a difference to the community who've placed their trust in me. If I ask honourable members to give consideration to what Gladstone might have thought on the investigatory power bills, which presented in draft form in autumn 2015, to follow substantially in 2016. And in line with my honourable friend, the member for Edinburgh South West, I would welcome much of the Anderson report that we have seen. However, do have some real concerns about some of the content that contained in that report. Particularly, as my honourable friend says, the strong feeling around any potential snoopers charter or thought police and the mass spying on the public at large. I think we need to be very, very careful about how we take that forward. My predecessor, David Hamilton, was himself a victim of snooping during the miners' strike, an action which was rightly brought forward in this chamber and called for full inquiries, along with the release of further suppressed papers and public apology to the miners and their communities. These actions, along with blacklisting and many others, are sadly not issues of the past, but they are still issues of the day, and issues that we need to make sure that we do everything that we possibly can to tackle. I urge members of the House to bear this in mind when we do consider the the findings of the Anderson Review. As my predecessor said in his maiden speech, we meet the new challenges. I hope that we'll not forget the values for which many of us came into politics: free education, a free health service and support for the weak in our society. I wholeheartedly agree with Mr Hamilton on these points, and I hope many in this chamber will do, and I look forward to working towards these goals. Thank you.
James Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I say what a pleasure it is to follow the maiden speeches we've just heard from the Honourable Lady from Banbury and the Honourable Member from Midlothian. I'm sure they're both embarking on very solid parliamentary careers on the basis of their contributions. Now, one of the most striking things about the Anderson report was actually the early chapters which described the technology landscape which we currently face across the world and that is faced by our security and intelligence services. It's a technology landscape which is changing almost daily in terms of its innovation, in terms of its capabilities. There are new applications emerging. There are new methods of encryption being developed as we speak. And there is more and more data that is travelling around the world and connecting people together, and often connecting our enemies together. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, technology over the last 25, 30 years has provided massive opportunities for our society, but it also represents a profound threat to our future national security. It provides opportunities for our enemies, for countries operating and wanting to develop cyber attacks against our infrastructure. It enables terror groups to communicate below the radar in encrypted chat rooms on the dark web. And it allows networks to develop which are difficult to detect and difficult to analyse. Madam Deputy Speaker, I come from a background in technology before I came to this House, working in the IT and the technology industry for 20 years, and have seen these changes. And our enemies are very skilled in the use of this technology. They use the technology to disseminate their message through social media and through other networks. They are very skilled at creating methods for cyber attack. They're very skilled at avoiding detection, and they're becoming increasingly skilled in collaborating across the world. So the key challenge we have is how do we respond to this ever-changing and complex landscape, and how does the government and the state respond? Now, David Anderson's review, as other honourable members have said, is an excellent magisterial piece of work which really sets out the landscape, because David Anderson focuses on the fundamental principles that we need to be following in order to ensure that our security and intelligence services have the tools necessary to do the job within a legal framework which protects privacy and the freedom of the individual, but is also, as other honourable members have talked about, is also integrated under a single new law and under a single framework which is comprehensible. Because while our enemies can use technology flexibly, innovatively, and respond to new trends without constraint, the challenge for the government and the state is that we cannot afford to be static and unresponsive in the light of the new challenges we face. Because ultimately, it will be our citizens who pay the price. So the Anderson Review is absolutely right to call for a new set of laws, or a new law, which consolidates the myriad of different pieces of legislation which have built up over time, and that clearly articulate the correct balance between enabling our security and intelligence services to do their job, balanced with necessary transparency, and written in a language which a layman can understand and which is comprehensible, and ensures that we have a framework in which the security and intelligence services can operate, and also where the police and other public bodies are clear about what their legal responsibilities are, and that they operate in a proportional way. Because in a democratic society, Madam Deputy Speaker, freedom of the freedom of the individual, freedom of expression are absolutely fundamental to our democratic society. But a mature democratic country like Britain, with all of the connections that we have around the world, a mature democratic society needs to have the capability and the framework to combat their enemies, wherever those enemies may be manifesting themselves. And as David Anderson says again in his report, it would simply not be acceptable for a modern democratic society to allow, for example, paedophiles to operate in the dark net with guaranteed impunity, or to allow terrorists to render themselves undetectable simply by selecting an application which means that their communication history is encrypted or not accessible. That simply would not be acceptable for a modern democratic society and a government to somehow cede responsibility and say, oh, this is too complicated, and we would allow our enemies or criminals to act with impunity. But we don't have to become a totalitarian society in order to achieve that goal. Because as David Anderson also says, if the UK is to set an example to the world, it will not be by withdrawing from those dark spaces that we see emerging on the web. It will be by demonstrating that our democratic society has the ability to patrol these spaces in tightly defined circumstances and with sufficient safeguards against abuse. And that is one of the fundamental underlying principles which needs to drive our thinking about new legislation that will be brought forward in the autumn. So as the government considers the recommendations made by Anderson, the challenge for us all is to enable a debate to occur so that the government can engage and the state can engage in the complex battle against very intelligent enemies, especially in this newly emerging dark space of the internet, which has the danger of allowing our enemies to act with impunity, while fundamentally we need to create the appropriate legal framework for how these activities are made accountable, because that is what a democratic society demands.
John McNally.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to make my maiden speech as the newly elected member for Falkirk. It is an immense privilege to follow the honourable members who have set such an incredible high standard today and in the recent weeks. And I'd like to thank the staff in the House and to my buddy Charlotte Every for their unending patience in showing us round about these buildings. Some of us have already had blisters on our feet, having lost our way so often. The constituents of Falkirk elected me by a large majority, for which I humbly thank them. However, nice though it would be, I do not believe this is down to any personal qualities that I may have. Rather, well, I'm not exactly tall, thin and good looking, but so I do the best with what I have. Rather, this speaks to the desire for change that we have seen expressed so passionately by so many people, both last year in the referendum and in our recent general election. It will be my honour to represent every individual in my constituency, regardless of how they voted, and I will endeavour to work on their behalf to the very best of my ability, now and throughout the years ahead. As is customary, may I offer my best wishes to my immediate predecessor in Falkirk, Mr. Eric Joyce, an able man who has been through some difficult times, and in words of Oscar Wilde, it's worth remembering that every saint has a past and every sinner has a future, and I wish Mr. Joyce peace and success in his future endeavours. Thank you. Prior to Mr. Joyce, Falkirk's representative in Parliament was Mr. Dennis Canavan. Now, Dennis is a man who served the constituency tirelessly and was respected across this House. When he announced his retirement before the 2007 Scottish Parliament elections, he had completed a combined 33 years at Westminster and Holyrood, and particularly close to his heart was his determination to end complacency in politics and remind us that those elected to serve the public should remain hungry for social justice and civil liberties. I draw inspiration from his desire to tackle all forms of inequality. Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe if you want to change the world, you get busy in your own little corner. At a grassroots level in Scotland, people have become very busy. People are involved in politics as never before. Public meetings, community activism, some are just accidental activists, and we, the SNP, are largely supportive of the Anderson report that protects those civil liberties. We have a soaring membership of my own party, the Scottish National Party. We have more women members than men. A wonderful, strong, honest leader, a lawyer herself, who has helped the democratic renewal that we have seen since last year's referendum. And it's something that should warm the hearts of all of this House, regardless of the political tribe to which they belong. Our voters, I believe, tired of politics as usual. Too often they see empty promises and stale rhetoric in place of principle and action. Lofty thoughts, lofty words, but we also need deeds. The sense of this House as being remote from the lives of ordinary people and disconnected from the challenges and difficulties they face every day is real, should concern us all and must be addressed. And the possible introduction of a Snipper's Charter will make politicians ever more remote from those that they represent. What we saw in Scotland in May was an appetite among voters to be represented by people like them, people who have lived and worked in the communities that send them to this House. I have not only served as a local councillor since 2005, but I have run a barber shop in the village of Denny and Dunnipace in my constituency for nearly 50 years. Don't say I don't look my age. Madam Deputy Speaker, shortly after being elected, whilst having a wee blether in my barber shop, one customer pointed out that I should perhaps replace the shop's red bench with a green one, and asked him why. He thought, well, people might think they're getting a wee bit overly ambitious. I refer to the place next door. Seriously, I understand only too well the pressures and the constraints of running a small business, in good times and bad. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are more parallels between being a barber and an MP than you might imagine. Well, you can let your imagination run wild. Both require listening closely to public opinion and, where possibly, acting upon it. there is also a great deal of hot air. You have to do the best, sometimes with not very much to work with, but none other things. Cuts are also a key part of my daily routine, though I assure you, Mr. Speaker, they are not the ones the Chancellor favours. Falkirk is situated in the beautiful central lowlands of Scotland and lies almost midway between the cities of Glasgow and Edinburgh. It is a proud history, having been at the very centre of the Industrial Revolution and Scotland's iron and steel industry. The days of producing cannons for the Royal Navy and beams for the early steam engines may be behind us, but over the last 50 years, Falkirk has emerged from some bad days, hard days, to become a modern cultural delight. There is an ongoing transformation where art, industry and innovation have combined to create a powerful magnet for tourism. The Kelpies, Madam Speaker, are towering steel statues that represent a mythical Scottish water spirit, held to possess the strength and endurance of 100 horses. They are the largest equine sculptures in the world. They dominate the skyline and they speak to the animals that pull the wagons, ploughs, barges and coal ships that shape much of my constituency. They also epitomise the endurance of a community that is finding its voice and that can be optimistic about its future. The Falkirk Wheel is a marvel of modern engineering which ties together the present technical innovation with the history of Falkirk's incredible canal system and waterways. My constituency is also an area of outstanding natural beauty, peppered with historic gems, including the Antonine Roman Wall. But Falkirk constituency, its villages, its towns, has suffered due to the austerity measures pursued by the party opposite. It is austerity and its harsh consequences that I am here to fight every step of the way. Anything that threatens the well-being of my constituents and their community will be absolutely, totally opposed by me. Why should society's poor pay for the mistakes of the society's rich? Speaker, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, we have a threat to my own area and across Scotland. Sorry about that. Principally shale gas fracking. Scotland has a worldwide reputation on the purity of its water. It has a huge growing food and drink industry, and it relies on this reputation, and nothing should jeopardise or prejudice that reputation. Fossil fuels cannot last forever in Scotland. We can make that transition from fossil to renewable energy through investment, research and development. But, Madam Speaker, we need control of our own energy resources. Those powers need transferred to the Scottish Parliament now. To sum up, Madam Speaker, the next 5 years that I serve here is for the Falkirk Bairns, and I can assure this House and the community of Falkirk that I will be very busy in my own little corner. Thank you.
Kelly Tolhurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me to make my maiden speech today in this important debate. It's a real pleasure to follow the honourable member for Falkirk, being that he is a small business owner like myself, and I'm sure his contribution to this House will be great, but also to the honourable member for Midlothian, who's given his maiden today. But what I would like to mention is I am very proud to be following my honourable friends from North Oxfordshire, who made an absolutely excellent speech, and I think my honourable friends will agree that she will be an absolute asset to this House. I feel truly honoured to be standing here in this House today, charged with the privilege of representing the very constituency in which I was born and bred. Madam Deputy Speaker, I follow a line of representatives who were of independent nature and character.
He's putting it mildly.
My immediate predecessor, Mark Reckless, worked hard to win back this seat for the Conservatives in 2010. His steadfast position on Europe was one that will be remembered in this House. Giving his constituents a chance to have their say in a by-election dominated by this position, and in which he was victorious. He did, however, give me an opportunity that I never thought I would have, and that was a chance to stand forward as a candidate to represent my hometowns. Yeah. My wonderful constituency and my fellow constituents were somewhat thrown into the spotlight over recent months, with the eyes of the nation and the numerous news agencies watching us. It felt for some that our towns were experiencing a mini invasion, and that this was the start, to coin a phrase used by the BBC, of the battle for Rochester and Stroud. The people of my constituency are resilient, forthright, determined, and I'm immensely proud of the people in my constituency who had their voices heard and how they dealt with the focus that we received during that time. However, after a short interlude, they decided that the leadership and the future prosperity of our country were more than a single issue. A future that the people of Rochester and Stroud were not prepared to gamble. My constituency is steeped in maritime, military and industrial history and has a diverse landscape and community which forms part of the Medway towns, including Stroud, Chatham, the old city of Rochester and numerous surrounding villages. The area named after the tidal River Medway, which meanders through them. It is this natural resource which over the centuries has shaped the development of the landscape and the lives of the people that live there. In Rochester, our Norman castle and cathedral have been well documented. However, members of this House may not be aware we are also blessed with Upnor Castle, an Elizabethan fort built to defend warships moored on the river, where in 1582 Queen Elizabeth I reviewed the fleet, on the opposite bank of the river to the Royal Chatham Dockyard, which in its heyday was the most important shipbuilding and repair dockyard in the country. It is a lesser-known fact that it was on the River Medway that one of our most famous 16th century seafarers, Sir Francis Drake, learnt to sail, going on to circumnavigate the world, defeat the Spanish Armada and become a Member of Parliament. Being that I too learnt to sail on the River Medway and have become a Member of Parliament, Madam Deputy Speaker, one does wonder where this path will take me. There are many subtle reminders of the past industry, no more so than the chalk cliffs that show themselves to us every now and then. A reminder of when the cement works scattered the towns of Medway, from which cement was shipped by barge to create an expanding London, and most notably for the reconstruction of San Francisco after the great earthquake of 1906. The old slipway at Borstal, where the Schultz brothers would launch their seaplanes built at the factory. The car park in Stroud, where once Aveling and Porter stood, the company that became the largest manufacturer of steamrollers in the world. The ingenuity and entrepreneurship of the hard-working people of my constituency have created a local economy where small enterprises thrive and grow. Unemployment has fallen by 46% since Labour were in power. 6,200 apprenticeships started, with over 10,000 across the Medway towns. Our future economy is intrinsically linked to the provision of education and skills for our future generations. I congratulate this Conservative government for its determination to challenge all educational establishments that are not delivering for our children. As a Medway councillor, I held the post of educational improvement, where outcomes for young people have not been what they should. Often I have seen the interests of the adults involved in underperforming schools put before the outcomes of the young people which they serve, being a barrier to prompt improvement. Our schools community must be led by inspirational professionals who have high expectations and aspirations for the young people of my towns. I am a local, comprehensive schoolgirl from a working-class background who has worked hard, run her own business and become a Member of Parliament. My journey is one that every young person in my community should feel is possible for them because of the values, skills and the experiences they receive, which prepare them to be the next generation to see Rochester and Stroud through the changing times of the future. I welcome the debate today. We live in a technologically advanced world, and it is right that our security services and police have the tools required to tackle the threats we face in this time. I have a sister who is a talented social worker, and through that connection have had the honour of working with some wonderful children who have come into our care system. All too often, our young children have been pushed from pillar to post for long periods whilst decisions about their future care plans are taken, with further lengthy waits to be matched with new parents. I know one such young person where the system and the timescales have failed her at a young age. This is simply not good enough, and it is right that ministers are looking at ways to address this. My sister and I, we've taken very different paths, but we've both thrived because of the love, stability of our mother and father. It was our parents who gave us the tools to succeed. I want every child to be as lucky enough as I to experience the love and stability which a permanent family can bring in order for our children to survive and their future life chances no longer uncertain. The safety of our young people is of paramount importance. Therefore, powers for investigating, tackling the criminals who target and exploit our vulnerable young people are thwarted and brought to justice. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have much to focus on over the coming Parliament, supporting my right honourable friend the Prime Minister in his renegotiations on Britain's future with Europe, working with colleagues and leaders at Medway Hospital to build on the improvements we are now starting to see, protection of our beautiful Hugh Peninsula, the fine agricultural land, marshland habitats and our villages from overdevelopment. Also, continuing to make it quite clear that we are not an extension of London and no airport is wanted here. As mentioned previously, we, the people of Medway, are determined and we like to win our battles. But finally, I would like to bring to the House's attention that it is 45 years since the last Conservative woman was elected to represent the constituency that preceded Rochester and Stroud. Dame Peggy Fenner was first elected to this House in 1970, a formidable woman remembered for her fierce opposition to the closure of Chatham Dockyard in the 80s. She asked the Defence Secretary at the time, "Does my right honourable friend believe that the people of Rochester and Chatham elected me to support a government that could do what has just been done to their dockyard?" She said, "My right honourable friend need not reply. I shall tell him the answer. They did not, and I will not." Sadly, she passed away last September at the age of 91. I hope I can follow in her footsteps, being also a strong Conservative woman, and be a formidable defender of the needs of the people in my constituency of Rochester and Stroud.
Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first of all congratulate the honourable member for Rochester and Stroud on an excellent and forthright maiden speech and pay tribute to all the maiden speeches that have been made this afternoon, some of the best that I've heard. Can I welcome the debate this afternoon and welcome David Anderson's report? These are really important issues and they've become pressing. I was the Director of Public Prosecutions for 5 years and had a great deal of exposure to the exercise of investigatory powers. And I recognise the background that David Anderson sets out in his report. There has been a long-term shift from telephone communications via UK service providers towards internet-based communications through overseas service providers. Encryption capability has changed, and the law, as I discovered, is not as clear as it should be or as comprehensive as it should be. The Snowden revelations have also given us a line of sight on this important issue. Now, there will be tension in this debate. That's picked up in this House. It's laid out in David Anderson's report. As the volume of electronic communications grows, the authorities on the one hand understandably fear the emergence of new channels of communication which cannot be monitored, and thus they seek new powers. Privacy advocates, on the other hand, raise the spectre of a surveillance state. That tension is not unfortunate, it is actually welcome and necessary in a democratic society and should play its part in our debates. Striking the balance in the new draft bill will be critical. As the Home Secretary said when she spoke on this issue on the last occasion on the 11th of June, it's impossible to have that debate without first considering the threat that we face as a country. Now, this is not the place for me to detail that threat, but when I was DPP, I was asked about the importance of communications data in prosecuting terrorist offences, and I provided that information to the government in a letter. David Anderson's report provides an update on the information that I provided and quotes the CPS evidence as of the 1st of October 2014. And that gives a snapshot of the recent prosecutions. The CPS evidence shows that in 26 recent terrorist cases, of which 17 have thus far concluded with a conviction, 23 could not have been pursued without communications data, and in 11 of the cases, the conviction was dependent on that data. One of the cases that I oversaw as DPP was the case that's already been referred to, Operation Overt. That was the operation that involved thwarting a coordinated suicide plot to bring down 7 transatlantic flights at the same time using liquid explosives. That was thwarted by the careful and painstaking work of the police and security service, and it was also prosecuted by my staff in the counter-terrorism team. The ability to access communications data was vital to the successful outcome of that very important case. Would it be wrong to conduct this debate on the basis that it's only in terrorist cases that communications data is relevant? It was used widely and is used widely in serious organised crime cases, in online fraud and in child sexual exploitation cases. And that's why I have always argued that investigators and prosecutors need to maintain the capacity that they have, and that any reduction in their capability may jeopardise future prosecutions. Proportionate surveillance and interception are vital to saving lives and also to the successful investigation and prosecution of very serious crime. And that's why I and others have listened carefully to the case for change made by the police and the security agencies. And that is why I think there is now near consensus that there needs to be reform and extension of powers. But, and it's a big but, as the case for greater powers for our police and security agencies becomes more powerful, so too does the case for strong checks and balances. The guiding principles must take us through this, and I think they're clear. First, the powers to intrude on privacy must be provided by accessible and foreseeable laws. In that regard, we need to be clear. Sensitive powers need to be fully declared before the new law is enacted. Secondly, such powers should only be used when their use is necessary and proportionate. The burden is on the government to establish necessity and proportionality when it brings forth the draft bill, and it's on the police and the other agencies each time they exercise their powers. Thirdly, authorisation oversight must be clear and comprehensive. And fourthly, there must be an effective remedy for individuals whose rights may have been infringed. Against that background, I welcome David Anderson's recommendation that the existing authorisation and oversight regime should be replaced by a system of judicial authorisation. This has been touched upon in the debate this afternoon. It is a step change. It is to change the practice that's been in place for many years, but I believe it's the right step. David Anderson sets out the arguments for and against the change. It's not a question of whether the Secretary of State or the judges can do the function. They can both do the function. It is not to call into question the good faith in which the powers have been exercised until now. It is a step change which is needed for the reasons set out in David Anderson's report. And on the vital question of accountability, he does set out why, in truth, the argument about accountability doesn't really stack up for some of the reasons that have been alluded to in this House this afternoon. Because in the end, the limitations on looking at the material are such that whoever exercises the power, the real accountability is the IPT. So I think that is a step in the right direction. I recognise it's a big step. It needs to be carefully debated, but it adds considerably to the oversight, and it's in keeping with the extension of powers that are sought. I also welcome David Anderson's recommendation that there should be no question of progressing proposals for the compulsory retention of third-party data before a compelling operational case has been made out, and it's now for that case to be made out for those that want to make it out. Those recommendations are consistent with the guiding principles that I have just set out. But in my view, those guiding principles also need to be applied to the difficult and possibly more controversial areas where David Anderson left room for further debate, recognising that he was not necessarily the last voice. And they are the distinction between content and communications data. In the first instance, as David Anderson recognises, there needs to be a review of the borderline between content and communications data. And that needs to be an open and inclusive review, and it needs to be carried out urgently. This does crop up in operational context. We need that review. When that review is complete, a final decision can be taken on whether distinction is maintained, but I'm acutely aware of the ramifications for authorisation and indeed admissibility of evidence if there's any alteration to the current distinction in place. Secondly, bulk data collection, and I do understand how this works. David Anderson acknowledges that the question of whether the current Section 8.4 regime is proportionate for the purposes of Article 8 of the European Convention is yet to be authoritatively determined by the European Court of Human Rights. But I'm not sure this House can duck that issue on that basis. The guiding principles have to be applied. Bulk data collection is a huge power, and if it is to be included in the draft bill, then a compelling case has to be made for its necessity and its proportionality. And I think that is a challenge going forward on bulk data collection. And finally, the treatment of journalistic material and legal professional privilege. This has been again referred to earlier in the debate, both of which rightly attract special protection. David Anderson has said that there must be no-go areas, and I'm inclined to the view that he's right about that, having myself seen material that falls into both categories. But if he is right about that, and if that is the position under the draft bill, then there has to be very close scrutiny of the provisions to ensure that the protection that is rightly in place for journalists and rightly in place for clients of lawyers is properly protected according to the guiding principles. Thank you very much.
Richard Graham. Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure to talk in this debate and indeed to follow the member for Holborn and St Pancras, who has brought his own experience of the absolutely vital nature of communications data to securing the prosecution of those who are serious threats to our nation, and I thank him for that. Madam Deputy Speaker, the homework for today's debate was, of course, a question of trust, the Anderson report, and privacy and security, the ISC's report. The third bit of homework, which is the report by the Royal United Service Institute, has not, of course, come out yet. So, in a sense, this is a debate before all the homework is available to us. But today I want to really focus on the element of the threat covered in the Anderson report. His remit was to focus on the threats, the capabilities required to deal with them, the safeguards on privacy, the challenges of technology, and issues relating to transparency and oversight. So 2 of those 5 issues were therefore focused on threat. But interestingly, in terms of responses done by groups and organisations interested in this subject, I have read at least 2, one from Liberty and one from Big Brother Watch, which hardly alluded to the threat element at all. They focused entirely, and perhaps understandably, on the privacy element. To some extent, Mr. Anderson gave them some cover for that, because, to quote him directly, claims of exceptional or unprecedented threat levels should be approached with scepticism, particularly if relied on for the purpose of curbing well-established liberties. But he didn't, Madam Deputy Speaker, go on to really spell out what those well-established liberties were, particularly in relation to the internet and communications data in ways that are still new to our society. He went on to ask what, in fact, are the uniform views of the law enforcement community, and this is perhaps an area where the government could certainly help him in establishing what those views are, and the Minister might well want to comment on that. But the threat is, of course, enormous, and it's not just terrorism, alarming as that is, and other members have alluded to at least 2 elements of it, the internet pornography element, and perhaps most emotionally, the whole business of sexual exploitation of children. And it is hard to believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, that after everything that has happened in Rotherham and all the reports on it and in other cities across our land, that no one could imagine the threat is not serious. I therefore share to some extent the amazement of Lord Carlisle, the Liberal Democrat peer, who after a decade as independent reviewer of terrorism legislation was shocked when his own party leader vetoed the Communications Data Bill in the last Parliament and implied that, in fact, the veto was a political decision rather than one based on the merits of the case. And I hope today that the Minister, who is perhaps not renowned for his libertarian instincts, but is renowned for his staunch support of the liberties of our people and the threats to them that might exist out there, will touch on this point and how vital the Communications Data Bill is as part of our armoury to face the threats. Madam Deputy Speaker, of course, in the report, and indeed in the ISC report, there was quite a lot of agreement as well. Firstly, on the complexity of the existing number of laws, when the Right Honourable Member for Beaconsfield says that these laws are virtually incomprehensible, it is surely time for a single united bill. And when the Right Honourable Member for the Cities of London and Westminster says that he had his own concerns as a member of the ISC about the way in which different agencies might be able to, quote, arbitrage, unquote, between different bills, then I think we can all agree that the government is surely entitled to conclude it is time for one overriding umbrella bill. And then secondly, on the reform of the commissioner system, where the 2 reports were not absolutely the same, but it seemed to me that effectively everyone was agreed that it would be simpler and clearer to have a single commissioner in overall responsibility. Where there was difference, of course, was on the business of the warrants, the judicial authority or the continuing responsibility of ministers. And Mr. Anderson raised effectively 2 interesting points, I thought. Firstly was one of whatever the system is, it must have public confidence. I'm not really aware that the current system doesn't have public confidence, but that's something perhaps that could be explored, should be explored. And secondly, he intimated that by having a system of judicial responsibility, that would make cooperation with US technology companies easier. That was not something I've heard before, Madam Deputy Speaker. It seems to me slightly improbable, but perhaps the Minister would like to comment on that because it's clearly an important issue. And then thirdly, I think, as mentioned in his report, and possibly in the ISC as well, there's the element of the domestic right of appeal, and I'm sure the Minister will want to say something about that. It's something which instinctively I and probably others feel is a good idea. There was also, of course, less agreement on some of the other elements. The Communications Bill I've touched on in relation to the previous member's remarks. Clearly there's a need to make a strong operational case, but I do think that none of us should be in any doubt about the absolutely critical role that that plays in the prosecution of serious threats, and I hope that the elements of the Data Communications Bill will be incorporated in the law that comes forward eventually. There was also a question mark over whether the framework for interception of external communications need be ECHR compliant. That's an interesting question in itself, and in relation to other activities the government is pursuing, the Minister might want to comment on that. So it seems to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, there were areas of agreement here in both the reports that we were invited to study that the government can take forward. There were some queries in terms of the government's own responses that they may wish to mull over and respond to. And there are other question marks and other issues that Mr Anderson raised which will need to be taken further before the final bill emerges. And there's clearly out there a significant lobby group focused on privacy issues, which we all understand, we all think are important. But the point I really want to finish on is to emphasise that when we're considering the details of the new law, the new commissioner, the right of appeal, the collection of third-party data and so on, I hope that this House and the Minister will bear in mind that if a terrorist blows someone or something up, or if young girls are groomed, exploited and damaged, it is not the libertarians who will clean up the pieces. It is the families of those physically or mentally scarred, the emergency services and the communities around them. And it is that threat that our agencies strive against. And so our task, balancing the privacy, carrying the quiet majority with us, is surely to give our agencies the tools to do the job. Those tools, by common consent, are currently not in the best shape. And in reshaping them, let us never forget the vital task for which we must design them.
Yeah. John MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm the chair of the National Union of Journalists Parliamentary Group, which is a cross-party group, and for the last 2 years now, with the cooperation of government, we've gone through the highways and byways of each piece of legislation, ranging from PACE to RIPA to DRIPA, then on to the Counter-Terrorism Act, to see how we can best protect journalists and their sources. And I thank the government for the cooperation in that we've had throughout, because we've had detailed consideration of the codes of practice to each of those pieces of legislation. And with our lawyers meeting on a regular basis and with the Society of Editors, we've tried to move the debate forward, because I just say to the Honourable Member for Gloucester, on the issue of protection of journalists, there was an issue of confidence that was raised in this House by all parties, and that stemmed from, if he will recall, the way in which the legislation that was introduced through PACE, the Police and Criminal Evidence Act procedures, which was one of whereby there was an understanding in government that journalists should be protected, and in particular their sources should be protected as an inherent part of protecting our democracy. And under PACE there was a protection whereby a journalist, if there was an application for seeking information, a journalist would be notified, they'd have their day in court, they'd be able to represent themselves, and there would be a right of appeal. Now, there was a general acceptance of that process by all except some authorities, and then I think many of us were shocked in recent 18 months ago when we received the reports that to avoid the use of PACE, a number of authorities, the police, not just the intelligence services, not just the police, but even local government, local councils, had used RIPA to avoid that due process of applying, having some judicial process and overview of the process of applying, and also having that right of appeal. And the scale of the use of RIPA by these individual authorities was immense, and I think it shocked us all when that was exposed. As I say, to the point of local councils using it to spy on their own staff or even for people who are making applications for local schools, etc. And I think there was shock on all sides of the House that this was inappropriate use of that legislation. So then we went through the discussions about DRIPA. Through the NUJ and the Society of Editors, we met the government. We applied our minds to try and get some protections within the codes of practice about that, and then eventually for the counter-terrorism bill. All through that, the continuing theme was the same as the theme of the debate today, that there was a need to rationalise the legislation so that not only was it effective and understandable, but actually that there were protections in place for those who had privileged or confidential information. Now, Anderson, I think, has been welcomed by the NUJ and others because it goes some way towards that. The NUJ's position was straightforward, that they wanted an independent and judicial process. In addition to that, they wanted automatic and mandatory prior notification of requests for accessing information, and they wanted mechanisms to challenge an application with the right of appeal. Anderson goes some way towards the first, and in the recommendation 67 to 69 in his report, he does actually make special consideration with regard to journalists. He says very, very clearly that the designated person should actually be obliged to refuse the request when it comes to identifying a journalist's information or a journalist's confidential source, and then refer the matter automatically then to the ISIC for a judicial commissioner to decide. And the NUJ welcomes that process. But I just speak briefly to put in a couple of appeals on the matter. What he goes on to do is recommend that there's a code of practice or an ISC guidance which should specify the rare circumstances in which it may be acceptable to seek communications data for such a purpose, and two, the circumstances in which such requests should be referred to the ISIC. I just say to the Minister, it would be really helpful if the Government is going down this route of further guidance, that we start the consultation process now. And again, we'd welcome from the NUJ access to officials to commence those discussions in advance of the publication of any such guidance.
Because of the brevity that I will no doubt be obliged to adopt at the end of this, and this is a very particular and specific point, can I just say to the honourable gentleman, I'm more than happy to meet him to discuss this, of course. Thanks,
Owen. I'm really grateful for that. I thought that would be the response. Can I also say as well, if guidance is to be produced, that this time round the draft guidance is published in advance of the primary legislation, so that when we discuss the primary legislation we're fully conversant of what the implications of the primary legislation will be in detail. We weren't capable of doing that in the past because of the rush of emergency legislation. That would be helpful. The other issues, therefore, that are not addressed by Anderson effectively, as far as we can see, is this whole issue of prior notification. And again, there are circumstances where prior notification becomes difficult. I accept that, and it's been mentioned a few of those circumstances today. But I think it needs wider discussion than just dismissing it in the way it's been done in this report. But in addition to that, the whole process as well of the right of appeal for any decisions by the judicial commissioners, in addition to those that are already set out in the Anderson report, I think needs further discussion, and I'd welcome further consultation around those particular elements. I just say this finally, because of the brevity of the occasion, others were willing to speak. Anderson does, to give him his due, lay stress, and he quotes from Liberty about the importance of the protection of journalists and their sources. And remember, these are journalists who at times we may not hold in some affection. These are the journalists who exposed the MP's expenses scandal. They exposed corruption, and they do so on the basis of people coming to them with information from sources that need to be protected. And they mentioned the word chilling was used earlier. Well, the earliest things that we said in the early debates around the movement from PACE to RIPA was that any undermining of the protection of sources would have a chilling effect on those sources, and therefore they would not come forward. And that would undermine, as far as we can see, the democratic accountability of administrations and at all levels. So I'm grateful that Dave Anderson quotes Liberty in his and lays the proposals he's putting forward on the principles of liberty set out in his report, which is a free press and the right to free speech is dependent on respect for private correspondence. If we can establish those principles in future legislation that will be brought forward, I think that will lay the basis for firm legislation that will also inform the debate that we're eventually going to have with regard to the Pitchford inquiry onto surveillance more generally.
Mims Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me to speak in this most fascinating and interesting debate. Somebody formerly involved in the media, I found those comments extremely interesting, and the no safe areas raised by the member from Holborn and St Pancras, and I'm certainly someone who's not a lawyer or a legal expert, and I come to this debate as someone who was pregnant with their first child around the 7/7 bombing, and I remember the sense of bewilderment, the fear, the barbarity on the streets, and I too today have pressing school engagements to head to, where I'm sure the cameras and recording and the debate around the suitable pictures being taken there has also been discussed at many times, because the impact of the surveillance society is pervading on all levels. It's a pleasure to follow such fine maiden, in fact barnstorming speeches from the members for Banbury and my honourable friend from Rochester and Strood. May I also pay tribute in this debate to the vital work of the men and women in the intelligence and law enforcement community. Their success is often unrecognised, as it is not always known. However, day in, day out, they are keeping this country safe, and I rise here to make a few specific points on vital areas on this key topic. And I think that having this debate today is a very useful first step ahead of the draft bill, ahead of the sunset clause of the Data Retention and Investigatory Powers Act coming into effect. We do have this opportunity, and I welcome it, to reevaluate our arrangements in the face of these changing circumstances. Clearly, in this area, we must balance our right, Madam Deputy Speaker, to privacy against that of the need for greater national security. I am sure that no one here today in this debate believes this to be an easy balance to strike. This country has always been the strongest proponent of freedom around the world, from being the last bastion of European freedom in the Second World War to our dynamic, modern, free economy today. It is this UK that represents all that is best about a free society. Today, we have the challenging task of creating a balance where our freedoms are not only preserved, but are protected from those who wish to do us harm. I am reassured that the foundation of the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board provides an additional safeguard on our security policy. In regards to the Anderson report, I welcome this report. It's broad and wide-ranging, and certainly given me an insight into the work that needs to be done around this draft bill. This modern world presents new challenges for our security. Challenges from terrorism at home and overseas, challenges from cyber attacks and from criminals, challenges from gangs seeking to commit evil acts such as child sexual exploitation. The importance of these powers can be seen in that 95% of all serious and organised crime prosecutions include the use of the communications data. Skype, FaceTime, Twitter, Instagram give immediate access to direct communication systems. This report represents an assessment of how we must now meet these new challenges in the pursuit of our future security. The Anderson report is comprehensive and independent, an investigation that will give us a greater insight as we prepare to build the Investigatory Powers Bill. I hope that that bill will ensure appropriate oversight and provide stronger safeguards while updating the capabilities of our intelligence services so that they can intercept what terrorists and criminals are saying and doing and planning. In regard to child sexual exploitation, as a mum of 2 daughters, I want to focus on this area, and I am proud of the work that this government has undertaken to find and bring to justice those that seek to do harm to our children and to exploit them. The men who groomed young girls in Rochdale were prosecuted using mobile phone call evidence. This shows that they had contact with their victims and also association with each other. And I do look forward to the opportunity to contribute to the bill to strengthen our services' capacity to protect these children from these heinous individuals. Just last week, in my constituency in Eastleigh, I met with a senior member of Hampshire Police who reported to me that they are using their full investigatory powers to look at child exploitation concerns, and they are fully investigating those who may have been or are continuing at risk. This is Sleepy Hampshire, so it would seem. I welcome the government's commitment to a full debate on these arrangements, and I welcome the government and Home Secretary who is promising to make sure that we look at these powers and the full responsibilities properly and does not undertake this bill lightly. The government has clearly shown on such a critical issue the combined experience of this House will have a key role in forming this new legislation, and I welcome the further chance to scrutinise, reflect technological changes and look at the full-ranging safeguards that we need to keep our country safe.
Louise Haig.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great honour to have listened to two maiden speeches today, the honourable members for Rochester and Stroud and for Falkirk, and it's very clear that at least the honourable lady is a significant improvement on her predecessor. I'm also very pleased to be able to speak in today's important debate. It's very clear that there is agreement across the House that surveillance is, of course, necessary to protect the public and of the very serious threats that we are facing as a country at the present time. And it is also the case that in recent years we have gradually become aware of the surveillance of perfectly legitimate activity as well. For instance, just this week, the Investigatory Powers Tribunal revealed that GCHQ had spied on two international human rights organisations, the South African Legal Resources Centre and the Egyptian Initiative for Personal Rights. Both are entirely legitimate civil liberties organisations and co-claimants in a legal challenge against GCHQ, alongside Privacy International and Amnesty International, brought after the Edward Snowden revelations. The IPT ruled that GCHQ's mass surveillance systems violated the Egyptian NGO's fundamental rights by intercepting, accessing and then unlawfully retaining material for longer than permitted. For the other NGOs who took the case, which includes Privacy International, Amnesty International and Liberty, all UK-based civil society organisations that are leaders in their field, no statement was made by the IPT as to whether they were spied on. The court's finding of no determination means either they weren't spied on, or more worrying, they were, but the spying was done in line with GCHQ's internal rules, and so under the current inadequate law, this spying was done lawfully. And it is not just perfectly legal NGOs who have been put under surveillance, as we heard from my honourable friend for Hayes and Harlington. The intelligence services routinely intercept legal, privileged communications between, for example, lawyers and their clients in sensitive security cases, according to internal MI5, MI6 and GCHQ documents. And we also now know that the Metropolitan Police used Ripper to access the phone records of journalists to expose their sources, and a number of leading civil liberties lawyers believe they have been put under surveillance by the Metropolitan Police. Former undercover police officer Peter Francis even disclosed that Scotland Yard had a special file on the leading London human rights firm Bindmans. As Anderson notes in his report, there can be no fairness in litigation involving the state if one party to it has the ability to monitor the privileged communications of the other. Anderson's report, as we've already heard, makes a serious recommendation that could help prevent abuses of power such as these, namely his call for judicial commissioners to approve surveillance warrants. This recommendation is a critical one, and I hope the government takes heed of it in its deliberations. Introducing impartial arbiters into the process of authorising surveillance would put us in line with the practice undertaken in other democracies and make the system more rigorous and accountable. Clearly, this should be taken by the independent judiciary.
I also hope the Government listens to Anderson on his recommendation that legislation should not be brought back to Parliament until a strong operational case has been made. Anderson is clear that so far the Government has failed to do so. While we need targeted surveillance against those suspected of breaking the law, the case for mass untargeted surveillance against entirely innocent British citizens has simply not been made. We need to ensure that journalists, lawyers and human rights activists can go about their lawful democratic activities without the chill from surveillance that is enabled by an overly broad law and too few legal safeguards. Both Anderson's report and the ISC's make the case for fundamental legal reform. I hope the Government does this in a way that respects the recommendations made by both these reports.
Simon Hall.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's with some trepidation as a non-lawyer and indeed somebody who is probably a technophobe that I intrude in this debate. But having read the Anderson report, it seems to me that there seems to be general support and a very clear argument in support of the merging of all of the various competing commissioner officers to create that independent surveillance and intelligence commission. That should give clarity and that should give certainty. I do have a concern, however, Madam Deputy Speaker, in terms of the creation of the Chief Commissioner, not in actual fact by dint of the creation of the position, but of the definition of qualification which Anderson attaches to that post. And I quote, "He or she is to be a person of unquestioned professional distinction and independence, and yet he or she is to be appointed by the Prime Minister of the day." Now, my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, with the best of intention, has had, as we know, a difficult job finding somebody to chair the inquiry on child sex abuse. And I think it would be a very difficult job if we were to adopt fully the definition of that commissioner as far as Anderson has it, in order to find that person. Because frankly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not entirely sure that he or she exists. There's been a lot of discussion, but those are my sort of two specific observations on the report. But I've been very encouraged, I have to say, by this debate. I had rather expected it to be a flag-waving exercise of civil libertarians who believed that somehow or another, that prior to the enactment of the Human Rights Act, we lived in a country which could easily have been misunderstood for being Nicaragua or pre-apartheid South Africa, where gangs of police roved our streets, taking people off, questioning them, so on and so forth, with a very corrupt judiciary and the like. I think it's worthwhile pointing out, as indeed other honourable and right honourable members have, that we have a proud tradition in this country of an independent judiciary, of a championing of freedom and liberty, and that is to be encouraged. And to pretend that any changes to or repeal of the Human Rights Act reduces us to some sort of banana republic, then I think is very far from the mark. I would hope, and I think probably one of the more inspired appointments made by our right honourable friend, the member for Witney, was the appointment of the right honourable gentleman for South Holland and the Deepings to his ministerial position, because I think he understands entirely the job that needs to be done. My honourable friend for Eastleigh has said very clearly that there are always going to have to be balances and judgments to be made. Now, I hope as we see the proposals evolve through the next session of this place, as we have the debates, as we have the divisions, etc., I would urge all honourable and right honourable members to keep one thing in mind. Yes, we must always maintain the check and the balance, that things haven't gone too far out of kilter. But I think we should always have at the back of our mind this one salient point, and that is, if we have another atrocity, as we saw in central London a few years ago, or indeed in any of our other towns and cities, we don't have to look into the eyes of grieving relatives and communities and say, well, we could have stopped that. We could have broken that chain of terrorism,
But we couldn't do it because we were too concerned about the maintenance of the virgo intacta of civil liberties, if that's not an unparliamentary term to use, Madam Deputy Speaker. Because we are accountable to our electorate, and that is our duty. If the first duty of government is the protection and the defence of the realm, then, as other members have made abundantly clear, the vital role that our security services play within that has to be taken into account, and we must ensure that in a very changing landscape, where technology changes every day, where the terrorist and the person who wishes our country ill is moving forward, probably faster than we are even thinking that they are. So we need to make sure that we are fleet of foot and that there is scope within the regulations in order to ensure that we are able to respond to those threats. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think because we are accountable to our electorate, I'm not persuaded by the argument put forward in the Anderson report that the final decisions should be taken by a judge. I think that power should rest with the Home Secretary, who is, after all, accountable to this House, is accountable to his or her Cabinet colleagues, and is accountable to senior committees of this House. Yes, there should be judicial review. Yes, there should be judicial oversight. But to put it in the hands of the judges, to take away that democratic accountability, would, I think, be a step too far. Thank you.
James Berry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. People in the UK face a range of threats to their liberty and their security from terrorists and criminals on a daily basis. The police and the security services, in whom we put our faith to keep us safe, are not assisted in their task by the fast pace at which communications technology is advancing. Devices and applications that have become features of everyday life for our general use and for our pleasure are routinely being exploited by those who mean us harm. RIPA, Madam Deputy Speaker, was enacted in 2000, shortly before I went to university to study law. And at first blush, RIPA looked very straightforward. It governed large proportions of the law on surveillance and interception of communications and did not require eager students to resort to vast swathes of case law like the laws of tort or equity did. But on further examination, RIPA was indeed one of the most impenetrable pieces of legislation that a law student could possibly have to grapple with. And what's worse, RIPA was out of date almost as soon as it was enacted. In 2000, around 27% of us in the UK were internet users, and then mostly on static devices. Yet by 2013, that figure had climbed to 90%, and again, most were using mobile rather than static devices by that stage. As a result, RIPA and associated regulations and guidance have been repetitively amended. And whilst this may have brought necessary changes to bring the law up to speed with changes in technology, it did not make the law in this area any more penetrable to the layman or to the lawyer. And it is incumbent on this House to pass laws that can be applied, and applied straightforwardly, by those upon whom we call to keep us safe. I therefore endorse David Anderson's recommendations that RIPA and other related legislation be replaced by one, and hopefully this time one straightforward, piece of legislation. Simplifying the law in this area is important for another reason, and that is public confidence. RIPA, applied properly, offers safeguards against the unlawful infringement of Article 8, the right to privacy. While there are cases at the margins where the courts can rightly be accused of stretching the proper interpretation of Article 8 beyond its natural meaning, the interception of communications is certainly not one of them. It is a classic infringement of Article 8, and one which will only be lawful where the infringement is both necessary and proportionate. So it is right that the law in this area is reformed to ensure that it commands the confidence of the public. And that will only happen if, firstly, the law is plain on its face, secondly, there are clear avenues for challenge, and thirdly, the overall system of surveillance and interception of communications is one that is transparent. With that in mind, the Anderson proposal that the oversight commissioners be merged into one is to be commended. The role of the Unified Commissioner should, in my view, involve producing clear and accessible guidance to the public on this whole area of surveillance and interception of communications in the way that the Information Commissioner has done. The proposals for reform of the Investigatory Powers Tribunal are also interesting and worthy of careful consideration. In my limited professional experience of that tribunal, it has in fact striven to ensure that the hearings were conducted on an inter-parties basis. But that said, the Investigatory Powers Tribunal is an area of our law which is little understood. Its procedures need streamlining, and that should be done through a clear set of procedural rules to avoid the public, and indeed lawyers, having to pick through the tribunal's published judgments. Finally this. Section 17(1) of RIPA prohibits absolutely the use of intercept evidence in criminal prosecutions and proceedings. The prohibition is strict and extends even to the mention of the fact of the interception. And it does not just prevent intercept evidence being used in criminal proceedings, but also it prevents intercept evidence being used in cases of serious misconduct by police officers and in cases where state agents, including the police, are being sued for damages or challenged by judicial review. And while I understand entirely the basis for the Section 17 rule, it does little for the public confidence to know that relevant, important, and perhaps even decisive evidence cannot be adduced in cases where it would have ensured the conviction of a dangerous criminal or have avoided a payout to a claimant that was entirely unmeritorious. Clearly, a balance would have to be struck. In some cases, it would be impossible to disclose the fact or the product of interception because it would compromise a covert tactic or it would put life at risk. But the relaxation of the absolute term of Section 17(1) of RIPA is something that is worthy of careful consideration so that it can be approached on a case-by-case basis. I won't touch on the issue of judicial oversight, which has been covered by colleagues and which will no doubt be the subject of a wide debate involving human rights organisations, lawyers, members of this House and, of course, the public. But I would conclude with this. While the public do need to have confidence in the system of checks and balances that regulates our interception and our surveillance system in this country, the public also need to have the confidence that the state has the powers and the capabilities to keep us safe from the ever more technologically adept enemies of our freedom.
James Cleverly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is a natural and proper tension between the desire for personal privacy and the need for national security. And in the debate this afternoon, we have seen both sides of that argument discussed with a degree of calmness and clarity, which I think this issue merits. Absolutist positions, whether libertarian or on the side of state security, are unhelpful. And whilst they may be fun in university or school debating societies, I think in this place, where we have to think about the practical implementation of our discussions, the fact that members on both sides of the House, I think, have taken pragmatic and logical positions is welcome. I don't pretend to be an expert on matters of security, but I was part of the Metropolitan Police Authority in City Hall in London for a number of years. And I sat on the scrutiny committee of the Metropolitan Police Authority, which looked into the counter-terrorism and protective services work of the Metropolitan Police. So I had some, in a small way, I had some exposure to the security work that we demand our public servants conduct. So I was, in my own small part, one of those people who watched the Watchmen. The speed of change in communications is both, on the one hand, exciting, but also, on the other hand, frightening. There was a time when communication interception was snaring a carrier pigeon or perhaps steaming open a letter. Those days are long past. We are now in a world where state-of-the-art encryption technology exists not just on traditional desktop or laptop computers, but on every mobile phone and tablet that we carry around with us, but perhaps also in forms that people don't normally think of. My sons regularly play on a games console, and they are able to communicate with their friends across the globe using encrypted communications technology. I am pleased to say, well, I'm fairly sure that I'm pleased to say, they do so with entirely innocent motivations. But it does not take much of a leap of imagination to understand that there are people with much more sinister intents who use this kind of encrypted technology with ease. So it's not enough that people say that the current state of affairs is good enough. And I welcome the parts of the Anderson report which highlight the fact that communications technology is moving with such a pace. The status quo is not good enough. We are either trying at least to keep up, or we are being left badly behind. I was on the Metropolitan Police Authority in 2010 when the student riots that afflicted Westminster were taking place. And I remember the way that those student protesters were able to move with great speed through London, and particularly the time when they attacked the car carrying the Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall. They were able to stay ahead of the police in a way that has not been possible historically. For most of the recent history of the police, they have been alone in being able to utilise peer-to-peer communications technologies. The Bobby's radio gave them a significant strategic advantage above those that they sought to apprehend. Those student protesters using BlackBerry Messenger, which, let's remind ourselves, is now 5 to 6 years out of date, were able to stay well ahead of the police officers trying to do their duty. And I look at that incident as a very real and credible indicator of the kind of challenge that we now face on a national level. The situation where security services are potentially behind the curve is both worrying and something that needs to be addressed. It is absolutely essential that we give our security services the tools that they need to protect us. But the counterbalance of that is that we also ensure that there is proper scrutiny of the work that they do. Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I would suggest that our aim in this House, in this debate, is to ensure that those who watch the Watchmen are able to do so effectively and with real teeth. But it should not be to prevent the Watchmen from watching.
Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by welcoming the Minister to his place? And I'd also like to pay tribute to the excellent report that we've been discussing this afternoon, A Question of Trust report of the Investigatory Powers Review written by David Anderson QC, who has a formidable reputation as the independent reviewer of terrorism legislation. Now, this report ranges far wider than the areas that the independent reviewer of terrorism is usually required to look at, and tackles matters such as the use of the internet by paedophiles, as the honourable members for Halesowen and Rowley Regis, Gloucester and Eastleigh referred to in their contributions, or the use local authorities have made of powers under RIPA, as the contribution my honourable friend made from Hayes and Harlington referred to, or the growing threat around cybercrime and cyber attacks. Now, this is a very good report, and as the Right Honourable Member for the former Attorney General said, it's an amazing piece of work. 124 recommendations, 5 guiding principles, over 300 pages. And it does give us a lot of holiday homework over the summer in this immensely complicated area. It's detailed, thorough, and I believe one that will assist us in the coming months with our deliberations when we start to consider the government's specific proposals for legislation relating to security, intelligence and law enforcement agencies' use of investigatory powers. Now, we know that the government will be bringing forward the draft legislation in the autumn, well ahead of the sunset provisions in the Data Retention and Investigatory Powers Act 2014, which take effect on the 31st of December 2016. Now, of course, the Anderson report was commissioned on the basis of an opposition amendment when Parliament was asked to legislate very quickly and introduce DREPA in 2014, that it was the right time for a thorough review of the existing legal framework to be conducted, as we no longer felt, alongside many others, that current arrangements were fit for purpose. And that statutory obligation was then set out in Section 7 of DREPA 2014. And I'd also just like to thank the Government for finding time for this debate this afternoon, which my right honourable friend, the Shadow Home Secretary, did request when the Home Secretary made her statement to Parliament at the publication of the report on the 11th of June. And as my right honourable friend said in her opening remarks, it has indeed been delivered very swiftly. So for that, we are very grateful. And I think it's very important because, as my right honourable friend, the Shadow Home Secretary, said, we need to ensure that members of all parties may discuss this report fully and to foster a wider public debate to get the widest possible consent and legitimacy for the new framework. And the Honourable Member for South West Wiltshire referred to that particular need to engage in the public debate in his contribution. Now, I also want to pay tribute to the work of the ISC. They produced in March the Privacy and Security Report, which was a review of the intelligence agencies' capabilities and the legal and privacy framework that govern their use. And we're still, of course, awaiting the third report in this area from the Royal United Services Institute and established by the former Deputy Prime Minister, who also spoke today in the debate. Now, the opposition accepts the need for reform. We obviously need to wait and see what's in the draft legislation, which will be brought forward shortly, but we're very grateful for the approach that the government have adopted in bringing this forward with cross-party agreement and discussions. We, of course, want to see a robust and up-to-date legal framework. We also want to see the protection of liberty as well as security and democracy. And my honourable friend, the member for Sheffield Heeley, referred to that particular point in her contribution. We want the strong powers with strong checks and balances and a strong oversight of how the system is to work. And I think the 5 Anderson principles will be a very key part of the development of the law and practice of investigatory powers. The 5 principles, the minimisation of no-go areas, the limit on powers, the rights and compliance, the clarity and transparency, and a unified approach. Now, in terms of the contributions that we've had this afternoon in this very good debate, I just want to start with the maiden speeches, which I thought were of an exceptionally high standard. The first one, the Honourable Lady for Banbury, who told me something I didn't know actually about the previous member for that seat, Tony Baldry, who was the keeper of the hairspray for Margaret Thatcher, which is an interesting point. She also told us that she makes cider and keeps ferrets, and I think I can agree with her that the Bicester outlet shopping experience is one to be recommended. The second contribution that we heard today was from the Honourable Member for Midlothian, who painted a very fine picture of his constituency, talked about the importance of coal, his role as leader of the council, and the rather intriguing point about the rolling haggis. And then the Honourable Member for Falkirk, who I thought gave a very generous tribute to his predecessor and talked about running a shop for 50 years as a barber and the shared similarities between being a barber and a politician. Then finally the Honourable Member for Rochester and Strood, who represents her hometown talked about the similarities between herself and Francis Drake, learning to sail locally and becoming a Member of Parliament. And I just wondered how Hansard might record her parliamentary wiggle, which she gave as part of her maiden speech. We also, in this debate today, had some very learned contributions from very experienced and senior members of the House. The former Attorney General, the Right Honourable Member for Beaconsfield, the former Deputy Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Member for the Cities of London and Westminster, who was a member of the ISC in the last Parliament, the Honourable Member for South West Wiltshire with his ministerial responsibility, the former Shadow Attorney General, my honourable friend, the Member for Islington South and Finsbury, the former Director of Public Prosecutions for 5 years, my honourable friend, the Member for Holborn and St Pancras, who spoke of the practical application of the current law with great knowledge. And also many members spoke and paid tribute to the intelligence and security services and the law enforcement agencies who work day in, day out to keep us all safe. And I also would like to add my tribute to the work that they do, which is vital in our society. As time is quite limited, I just want to refer to two particular areas that many members raised today, Madam Deputy Speaker. The first was the proposal by David Anderson around merging the current commissioners and setting up the new office of the Independent Surveillance and Intelligence Commissioners. Now, my Right Honourable friend, the Shadow Home Secretary, had talked about this previously, and we welcome this idea. We think it will increase transparency, it will strengthen the role of the commissioners, it will raise public profile, and we think it will also help to build public trust. I noticed the Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton also spoke about this today as well. The second issue I just wanted to talk about briefly was the proposal around judicial authorisation. Now, the opposition welcome this proposal from David Anderson, but we do not want to see a delay or detraction from the Home Secretary's wider responsibility to assess risk to national security and be answerable to Parliament. As my Right Honourable friend, the Shadow Home Secretary, said, I believe that these reforms would strengthen the legitimacy of our long-term framework, and I would urge the Home Secretary to consider and agree them. But there was a mixed view in the House this afternoon. The Right Honourable Member for Beaconsfield talked about the burden of proof being reversed in this particular case and asked that the government needed to make the case for why not to accept the Anderson recommendation. The Right Honourable Member for Sheffield, Hallam, also referred to what he considered to be a surprise to him, actually. He said that the operational benefits that may occur from judicial authorisation. The Right Honourable Member for the Cities of London and Westminster reminded us about political accountability and how important that was, but did speak about the benefit that could be gained from judicial involvement. The Honourable Member for Edinburgh South West, she supported this proposal on behalf of her party too. And my friend, the Honourable Member for Islington South and Finsbury, gave us first-hand experience of the workings and worldliness of judges to balance the competing interests if they were to be given this particular task to carry out. The Honourable Member for Gloucester also talked about the need for public confidence in whatever system is going to be introduced. And the Honourable Member for North Dorset talked again about accountability. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, we look forward to seeing the draft bill being published and the pre-legislative scrutiny undertaken. The balance between security and liberty is always one that should be struck with great care and with constant scrutiny, including in this complex sphere of surveillance and data communication. Whatever the difficulties, we should aspire to achieve both objectives and never one at the expense of the other. We do so in the certain knowledge that the enemies of this country want to destroy both.
John Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What an honour it is to conclude such a measured and informed and significant debate, and I'm grateful to all the honourable and right honourable members who have participated in it. It has been, I think, both in tone and content, if I might say so, typified by the Shadow Minister's speech just a moment ago, dignified, reflective, measured, and determined to do the right thing. I think there is a determination across this House to get this right. That's not surprising, given that we're dealing in our consideration with very serious matters relating to the security of the nation and its citizens. This is at the heart of national interest and essential to the common good. The Honourable Member for North Dorset made that absolutely clear in, I thought, a powerful speech, made all the more powerful by the tribute that he included in it to me. Perhaps most. That's why I chose him first. Actually, that's why I chose him. Perhaps most powerful, however, were the maiden speeches we've heard today, and I thought, as the Shadow Minister generously said, they were exceptional quality. We had maiden speeches from a variety of places in the country and from a large variety of places in this House, and I congratulate all those who made their maiden speeches, but you would expect me to say, in particular, the honourable members for Banbury and Rochester and Stroud, because even in this non-partisan debate, I can't help but reveal just a slight prejudice in favour of this side. Keeping people safe, as the honourable member for North Dorset also said, is the primary responsibility of government, a responsibility upon which all else depends. That responsibility transcends partisan politics. I think that's an axiomatic point. There shouldn't be party divisions about the security of our nation and its people. We must stand together, as this House, as it best always does, actually, in the national interest and for the common good. And it's also important, as the Honourable Member for Braintree argued, that we consider these matters in a measured way. I was pleased that the Shadow Front Bench acknowledged that the government is doing just that. We wanted to have an early opportunity to explore these matters in this debate. We are determined to proceed on a consultative basis, listening to all arguments. These are not simple matters, and they must be considered in that kind of way, and they will be. Make no mistake about that. The Member for Sheffield, Hallam, who I have known and worked with in all kinds of guises, I think it's fair to say, over some time, always speaks with great conviction on these subjects. He made important points, actually, about the considerations which dictate the extent to which the agency's capabilities may be made public. As ever, we will ensure that we will make information available where it can be made available. And in that respect, we're considering the recommendations in the Anderson report carefully. I understand his perspective on this, and we take that seriously. He also raised the issue, as many others have, of third-party data. It's absolutely essential, we understand, that David Anderson did not say that one thing or another should be introduced, only that the case should be made for that capability. And I think we all agree that to legitimise this exercise, the case should be made. It should be made to this House, it should be made more widely. So I don't think there's any difference between us on the need to explore these matters properly, to make the arguments persuasively in precisely the way he asked us to do. The Honourable for Gloucester made clear that it's right to consider the issues of domestic appeal. I won't say more than that at this stage, but I note what David Anderson said about that, and I note too that he amplified that issue. And others made the point repeatedly, and rightly so, that the environment we're working in requires nothing less than that consultative and measured consideration, because it is such a challenging environment. The House should be under no illusions that the UK faces very serious threats from home and abroad. And reasonableness must be tested against reality. I think it was Hegel, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pity the Speaker's not in his place, actually, because he likes it when I draw on Hegel, but I know you do too, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know you do too. I'm coming to one of your favourites later, Madam Deputy Speaker. Hegel said, what is reasonable is real, and that which is real is reasonable. And matching our response to the reality of the threat we face is, in that sense, a test of its reasonableness. Recent attacks on allies around the globe shows that there must be no complacency, always alert, ready to act. We will shortly, Madam Deputy Speaker, mark the 10th anniversary of the 7th of July attacks in London, which resulted in the deaths of 52 innocent people and injury to 700 others. Those terrible events, I think, are seared on the memories of all of us, are they not? It's a heart-wrenching reminder of just how real the threat we face is. And as the Shadow Home Secretary said earlier in this debate, it's not just terrorist threats which our security and intelligence agency thwart in an exemplary fashion. In each of our constituencies, on a daily basis, lives are touched and sometimes ruined by serious crimes such as murder, rape, child sexual exploitation and trafficking. The Honourable Member for Holborn and St Pancras, I'll just deal with his point because I think it's highly pertinent. The Honourable Member for Holborn and St Pancras said that investigations into all those subjects require scrutiny of all sorts of information, including historical information. And we know that in some of the recent, most notable cases, that has been vital to bringing people to justice. And I thought that was a powerful argument about not just dealing with now or what might be, but also dealing with what has been in the terms that he described. There's certainly no grounds for complacency, because as well as dealing with what's been, we have to be aware that the threat we face is highly dynamic. Normanton Banbury said that the adequacy of our response will be tested by its capacity to deal with that very dynamism. The ability of our enemies, those who want to do us damage, to move quickly needs to be matched by our ability to respond with just such alacrity. And it's true that, as the Shadow Home Secretary and others have said, that whilst the internet has doubtless served many virtuous purposes, we can't ignore the fact that it's also created opportunities for criminals and terrorists which they have been fast and keen to exploit. The Honourable Member for Halesowen and Rowley Regis draw our attention to the dark web and some of the things which happen in that place. And in the digital age, our laws must be framed to give our law enforcement intelligence agencies the tools and capabilities they need to perform their essential work, as the Honourable Member for the City of London and Westminster made clear. And as he also said, those services will only be looking at a tiny fraction of the multitude of activities that take place in that area. And he drew our attention to the report of the committee on which he so ably serves, and of course has looked at these matters in considerable detail. Now, we are clear that there is a need for new legislation on the subject of investigatory powers. We also note and take very seriously David Anderson's remarks, and they have been made repeatedly in this chamber, that there is a need for both coherence and clarity in all we do. The claim that David Anderson makes, and we've heard many other members make it, including the former Attorney General, who actually, by the way, Madam Deputy Speaker, was very bold in admitting his ignorance. He did suggest that it applies to us all. I'm only prepared to admit to bliss, frankly. But he said that the nature of what we were dealing with was so complex that it was almost incomprehensible, and that would have an effect on faith and belief and confidence in the system for all involved. And I thought he made a powerful contribution to our debate, if I might say so, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I know he will continue to do so as we consider these matters over the course of coming weeks and months. So we do hear the message clearly that David Anderson broadcast, and as I said, has been repeated today, that coherence, clarity, to some degree simplification, have a merit of themselves in assuring people about what we do and why. The sunset clause in the Data Retention and Investigatory Powers Act, as the House knows, provides a clear deadline that legislation is needed, and David Anderson's report provides a clear starting point for constructing that legislation. David Anderson's report is complemented by the reports into privacy and security, which the Intelligence and Security Committee published. I mentioned it a few moments ago in March. And as the Shadow Minister said, we look forward to receiving the Royal United Service Institute report in the coming weeks. Together, they will form a firm basis for considering legislation. But as I said, and I make no apology for repeating it, this is a consultative process. We not only intend to discuss these matters across the House in the way we have today, but we will publish a draft bill precisely for that reason, to facilitate pre-legislative scrutiny of the kind that's been called for in this discussion. Today's debate has been in that spirit, and I've listened carefully to the many and varied contributions that have been made. I thought some of the very specific contributions, including that from the member for Holborn and St Pancras and the Shadow Home Secretary, require careful consideration and will form the basis, no doubt, of further discussions. We've also heard many tributes paid to our security and intelligence agencies, and I want to amplify those remarks too. The work they do every day to keep us safe, at great personal risk, as the Home Secretary has often said, is by necessity undertaken in secret and consequently unknown and often unheralded. Like her, I applaud what they do. And now as Security Minister, I'm able to see in person just how impressive those charged with protecting us are. And I welcome the opportunity to place on record the House's appreciation for their determination, dedication and diligence. There has been considerable discussion today, and this is not unanticipated, about who issues warrants. Now, the Honourable Member for Beaconsfield raised this with his usual style and made some interesting remarks about the impact that changes might have on operational effectiveness. And others argued that the system could become affected by a more bureaucratic and possibly less responsive approach detrimentally. Those are matters to be explored and discussed. I make no definitive remark on either position today, but they are certainly likely to be the sort of things which we will consider in considerable detail, I expect, over the coming weeks. What's absolutely clear is that wherever that consideration leads, the system must have two fundamental attributes at its core. First, that it is practical and workable. For as honourable members have repeatedly argued, the price of failure is almost unimaginably horrible. But secondly, that it reflects where functions should reside in our parliamentary democracy. There has been something of a fashion amongst politicians in recent years, perhaps because of a certain degree of insecurity, a lack of confidence, which of course I don't share, that has led to the giving of powers to others which might more properly rest in this House. Now, that was the case made by the Honourable Member for South West Wiltshire, when he talked about the accountability of the people through the power, the sovereignty was the word used, of this House. Now, I don't want to exaggerate the case, but it's certainly something that must be taken fully into account. The executive, answerable to this House, and through this House, answerable to the people, plays an important role in safeguarding our democracy. And secondly, the argument that others should be involved must not be allowed to erode public confidence. There's been some confusion, I think, about public confidence. I don't mean to be unkind to the Honourable Lady for Edinburgh West. I will become more unkind to her as she's been here longer, because I will feel more right to be so. But at the moment, I think it would be harsh, excessively harsh. But I don't, frankly, agree with her about public confidence in the system, and the facts don't really support her argument too. she must know that all surveys of public opinion suggest a very high level of confidence in our intelligence and security services. They suggest that the public support the work they do in keeping us safe, and I don't hear myself this clarion call for change, this radical spirit which she embodied, reflected in the views and sentiment expressed to me, that perhaps we're moving in different places, in different circles, at different times. Now, we've heard a lot said today about bulk collection of data. Let's be clear, both the ISC and David Anderson examine what happens at the moment and have suggested those capabilities are required, they're properly used, and they're not subject to abuse. Just as clear is the need to address the so-called Snoopers Charter. I'm sorry that it was raised really at all quite in those terms. There was never a Snoopers Charter. No. David Anderson's report puts that canard back in its nest once and for all. Despite what some have suggested, David Anderson does not say there is no case for the capabilities that were to have been included in the former Communications Data Bill, though I accept, and the Home Secretary made this perfectly clear, that we are taking a step back, thinking afresh, taking into account all that's been said and done. Clarity, coherence are frequently the hallmarks of understanding and almost always the necessary prerequisites of confidence. I acknowledge and accept that, and we will look at legislation very much in that spirit. Mr. Speaker, what a valuable, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do apologise, what a valuable debate we've had today. As I think of our intelligence services, the guardians of our freedom, I thought of C.S. Lewis, who I knew you'd want me to say a word about, Madam Deputy Speaker, who said that courage is not simply one of the virtues, but the form of every virtue at its testing point. They are tested regularly. This is vital legislation because it affects the safety of the British people. It must be right and it must be fit for purpose for many years to come. No small challenge, given that we're dealing with fast-moving and ever-changing technology, as many honourable members have said. Parliament will, of course, be fundamental to that process, both in the pre-legislative scrutiny to which the draft bill will be subjected and to the rigorous scrutiny, which I fully expect will be applied to the actual bill. That is how it should be. We must act with the certainty the kind epitomised, if I might say so, by my honourable friend for Rochester and Strood, tempered by the care recommended by the honourable member for Beaconsfield, the right honourable member for Beaconsfield. We must proceed with the confidence illustrated by my honourable friend for Banbury, coloured by the honest assessment of the scale of the challenge we face, made clear by the honourable member for the City of Westminster. But most of all, we must act with determination. Determination personified by my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, who knows that we must do what's necessary, but fundamentally we must do what is right.
The question is that this House has considered reports into investigatory powers. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order.